heads of delegations from across the Indian Ocean region to the third edition of the biennial Goa Maritime Conclave 2021. As you are aware, the Indian Navy has been hosting the conclave with the aim of strengthening maritime partnerships and furthering friendly foreign relations with the IWA littoral countries. There is no doubt that a free, open, and peaceful rules-based order is in all our interests and in the interest of our collective prosperity and growth. This edition of the conclave is being attended by 13 countries, including Bangladesh, Comoros, India, Indonesia, Madagascar, Malaysia, Maldives, Mauritius, Myanmar, Seychelles, Singapore, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. We are extremely grateful to those who found it worth their time and effort to join us in this collective voyage. The theme for this year's conclave is Maritime Security and Emerging Non-Traditional Threats, a case for proactive role for IWA navies. The conclave would focus on the challenges posed by emerging non-traditional threats in the IWA, the need for strengthening regional cooperation on legal aspects, and developing the collective ability to address these challenges. To commence the proceedings, I first call on stage Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Southern Naval Command, to please deliver the welcome address.
Admiral Singh, Chief of Staff, Shri Harshvardhan Shringla, Foreign Secretary, Shri Ajay Kumar, Defense Secretary, Chiefs of Navy, and delegates from our neighboring countries, former Chiefs of Naval Staff, Admiral Arun Prakash, Vice Admiral Hari Kumar, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command, Vice Admiral FOCinC, Deputy Chief of Naval Staff, a most important person, the host, rather the local host, Admiral Sai Venkatraman, the Commandant of the Naval War College, esteemed veterans, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is a proud privilege to deliver the welcome address at the third edition of the Goa Maritime Conclave, which has matured quickly over the last 4 years to acquire the status of an important regional maritime dialogue. On behalf of the Indian Navy, I would once again like to accord a very warm welcome to the Chiefs of the Navy and their representatives who have graciously consented to be present in the beautiful maritime state of Goa today, and another sign that the COVID epidemic is ebbing and letting be passed. I'm sure you will enjoy staying in this beautiful state last evening and today morning will just be a short days, and I'm sure that you will come back once the conference is over to enjoy the scenic views and the cuisines of Goa at your convenience. Your presence gives us hope that we can pull together towards the goal of collective maritime security and thereby ensure shared peace and prosperity in our region. I would like to extend a special welcome to the esteemed speakers in the conclave, former Chief of Defence Staff of the Sri Lanka Armed Forces, Admiral Ravindra Vijay Gunaratne, the Director for the Center of Bay of Bengal Studies in Bangladesh, Ambassador Tariq Ahmed Kareem, our former Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Ashok Kumar, Commodore Bhaskar, the distinguished defense commentator, Professor James Kraska from the US Naval War College, who will join us online, and Dr. Paul Musiti Babuba from Kenya, all of whom are here to share their views on challenges, opportunities, and priorities that we need to work on to strengthen regional cooperation and mitigate emerging non-traditional threats. We are eagerly looking forward to hearing your views, and I am sure we would be enriched by what all of you have to say. I would also like to welcome our moderators for the conclave, Admiral Arun Prakash, Rear Admiral Shikhande, and Dr. Gandhi, Dean of the VIT College of Law from Chennai. We look forward to their contribution in making this conclave a grand success. The Goa Maritime Conclave this year is a follow-on event to the Goa Maritime Symposium, which was held in May this year online. So I think this is a great progress. that from online we have come to in person this month, and we are really heartened by your presence here, as I mentioned earlier. This conclave is aimed at promoting a shared vision for maritime cooperation to meet the emerging security threats in the Indian Ocean region. The conclave serves as a platform for chiefs of navy and other representatives of various maritime forces to harness maritime thought by interacting and sharing ideas to identify ways to collectively address maritime security challenges. The theme for this year's edition is focused, as was brought out at the beginning, on maritime security and emerging non-traditional threats, a case for proactive role for IOR navies. And indeed, all of us need to be proactive on this account. And this, of course, has been derived from the necessity of maintaining peace and stability in the maritime domain so that all our peoples can use the seas for their collective benefit and prosperity. This is important because as we transition further into the 21st century, the maritime domain is becoming increasingly complex and is characterized by enhanced competitiveness. New maritime powers are emerging whose contours are not yet entirely clear. Developments in the maritime domain today are driven by both old factors such as geopolitics, geoeconomics, trade, terrorism, piracy, and indeed several new factors, including technology, climate change, the blue economy, and oceanic pollution, which is affecting all of us. Now, all of us here are aware that the oceans are global commons for global good and are not to cater for the interests of one or a particular group of countries. The Indian Navy, therefore, remains committed towards ensuring safety, security, and inclusive growth, not just of India, but all our maritime neighbors, as outlined in the maritime vision of Sagar, which stands for security and growth for all in the region, which was enunciated by Sri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. It is in this context that we are gathered here today to discuss non-traditional threats to maritime security, which are of universal concern to all countries across the globe and need to be proactively addressed by all of us. The start point for this, of course, is for all of us to be able to identify common priorities that can be addressed collectively. I am therefore particularly pleased to announce that we will be able to release a parchment on the common maritime priorities that confront us. We had started this endeavor in the Goa Maritime Symposium in September 2018 and followed it up in the various IANS forums and subsequent Goa Maritime Symposiums and conclaves, and today it is becoming a reality. The document and the concept are very important because while land borders divide, the seas unite us. And while each country has its own unique set of challenges, we all have many common problems in the maritime domain which cannot be handled by any single country, however powerful it might be. I am therefore confident that discussions over the next 2 days in the Goa Maritime Conclave will help foster a shared understanding of the complex challenges our seascape faces today and provide us an opportunity to develop a common perspective of these challenges. This perspective will then serve as a foundation for leveraging our collective maritime competence to formulate comprehensive solutions for mitigating these challenges. So therefore, let us work together, pull together, and strive to make the 21st century truly an Indo-Pacific century. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, we now move on to the conclave address of the Goa Maritime Conclave 2021. For delivering the address, we are indeed privileged to have in our midst Dr. Ajay Kumar, Defence Secretary, Government of India. May I now invite the Defence Secretary onto the stage to deliver the conclave address.
Good morning. Admiral FOCinC Chief of Naval Staff of India, Foreign Secretary of India, Shri Harshvardhan, esteemed Chiefs of Navies, Excellency Ambassadors, Heads of Maritime Agencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished speakers, distinguished representatives from think tanks, members of media, officers, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to you all. At the very outset, I would like to convey gratitude to those participating in person in the third edition of Goa Maritime Conclave at a time when the pandemic has not fully left us. My appreciation is also to those participating online for enriching the conclave. The conclave has fast developed as a forum and an opportunity for the navies of our friendly littoral nations to come together regularly to discuss and plan for peace and prosperity in our common maritime space. Goa Maritime Conclave is symbolic of India's constructive engagement in the Indian Ocean region. At the heart of this engagement is the expansive concept of Sagar, meaning the ocean. You are aware that Sagar is acronym for security and growth for all in the region. In its journey over the past 5 years, Goa Maritime Conclave has evolved as a synergistic mechanism for consultations, discussions, and plans towards regional maritime cooperation architecture to achieve maritime security and to harness seas for our economic growth. Your esteemed presence here at the Goa Maritime Conclave initiative reaffirms the shared vision of the open, prosperous, inclusive, and secure Indian Ocean region. At this moment, as we are coming out of pandemic, let me take the opportunity to pay tribute and express our gratitude to the navies of our countries for their wonderful contribution in fighting the pandemic over the last year and a half. The pandemic was especially challenging for the navies given the nature of their work, and it was only with the strictest of protocols and discipline that they have been able to discharge their responsibilities without break, without discontinuity in this period. In India, we are particularly proud of the fact that Indian Navy was able to not only provide maritime security, but undertook the challenging task of providing assistance where no one else could, whether it was for repatriation of over 4,000 people who had no other way to come back to the homeland, or whether it was for bringing oxygen cylinders when the country was facing oxygen challenges. But it was not only for India that Indian Navy stood for. They came to the aid of our littoral neighbors in the Indian Ocean region, whether it was for medical aid or medical teams. Over 500 tons of medicines were supplied to our littoral friends during this period. Whether it was for food aid, when some of the countries suffered food shortage, and over 3,000 tons of food was supplied by Indian Navy during this period of pandemic. Whether it was for oxygen plants which were supplied, or oxygen cylinders which were required, and over 14,000 cylinders were supplied during this period to our littoral friends. I am really proud of the fact that despite the challenges of pandemic, Indian Navy was able to meet the requirements of nearly 20 countries in this region, and we are sure that in coming times this effort will continue. Indian Ocean region, though third largest in terms of area, is one of the first in terms of its impact on human civilizations. Some of the world's oldest civilizations took shape and prospered in the littorals around the Indian Ocean and adjoining seas. For millennia, India has been a seafaring nation. Indian seafarers landed all over the Western Pacific and Indian Ocean shores over centuries, bringing with them prosperity and eternal gospel of peace and coexistence, which are at the heart of Indian civilization. Human experience over the millennia suggests that seas are nations' gateway to development and prosperity. One half of the global trade and 80% of fossil fuel are transported through the Indian Ocean. We have examples in our region where nations have grown from underdevelopment to economically highly developed status within a couple of generations by prudent policies to leverage advantages of their seas and optimal use of maritime resources. Therefore, seas open the door of economic progress. But despite all the economic progress, we cannot lose sight of the fact that the Indian Ocean region is also subject to calamities brought upon by us, by our seas, along with enormous destruction and grief time and again. Be it tsunami, cyclone, or surge of sea waves inundating and destroying lives and livelihood, our region has regularly suffered. We cannot ignore the fact that our region is one of the most disaster-prone areas in the world. Whenever disasters have hit us, our armed forces have come together as most important and the first responders to meet these crises. How can we forget the tsunami of December 2004, which remains etched as a memory of loss and trauma for our generation? Our navies were the first to respond. Armed forces, particularly the Navy in the context of seas, have a cardinal role in not only ensuring safe and peaceful sea lanes, but also responding to humanitarian crises in man-made or natural disaster situations. It is in this tradition of being the first responder in any crisis that Indian Navy is providing security in this region, whether it is the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Sankalp, whether it is evacuation of people stranded with no other resort, whether it is providing assistance to grounded vessels, as was the case for merchant vessel MV Bakasio of the coast of Mauritius, whether it was fire on board merchant vessel MT New Diamond of Colombo, or whether it was for the sinking boat MV Express Pearl, Indian Navy has always responded to the challenge. We are proud of the fact that Indian Navy has and will continue to work in the for human assistance and disaster relief in the region as a first responder and as a net security provider. Indian Navy is also a mainstay of specialized training, technical support, hydrographic survey support, collaborative EEZ surveillance, catering to many requirements of friendly foreign countries in our region. Indian Navy is instrumental to support friendly countries with assets like fast patrol boats, colonial aircraft, helicopters, coastal radar system, and other equipment for capability building and service of our partner nations. Friends and colleagues, in order for our nations to achieve high growth, it is imperative to secure a free, open, and inclusive maritime region where legitimate interests of all nations must be respected. For a secure and prosperous future, it is not only important to adhere to international rules and laws, but also there is a necessity to understand each other's interests and sensitivity and to act accordingly. India hopes that its maritime neighbors would understand and are sensitive to India's legitimate maritime security concerns. Our traditional and non-traditional maritime challenges are connected and are there for all of us to address. The emergence of non-traditional maritime threats such as piracy, maritime terrorism, armed robbery at sea, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, human trafficking, narcotics, and arms trafficking all have direct impact on our maritime safety and security and on our economic well-being. I would like to make special reference to the illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which undermines national and regional efforts to achieve the goals of long-term sustainability and responsibility. Moreover, IUU fishing greatly discriminates against those who act responsibly, honestly, and in accordance with rules. IUU fishing, mostly from outside our region, is threatening marine biodiversity, food security for communities, and the livelihoods of those involved in fishing. The increasing incidence of severe weather events, widely agreed to be fallout of climate change, further necessitate collective strategies and support measures more than ever before. India's initiative in Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, is a call upon nations for greater preparedness against natural calamities. Armed forces and navies being the first responder in disaster, they have a stake in disaster resilient infrastructure. Whether civilian, military, or dual-use infrastructure, our collective interest lies in environmental sustainability, transparent financing, and maintenance of global standards. Indian Navy is in process of finalizing a SOP for dealing with natural disasters in the Asia Pacific. We are happy to share this SOP with all our friendly nations, and we hope that this would be helpful in improving our collective preparedness to deal with natural calamities in this region. While we talk of non-traditional threats, we cannot ignore the impact of expansion at an unprecedented speed of conventional navies in the Pacific. We are also witnessing enhancement of certain maritime presence and passages in our region, which may not always be ignored. The negative effects of such expansion are felt beyond the Pacific. Though it is early to conclude, such expansion has potential to trigger others to acquire additional capabilities and thus to start a new genre of arms race. India will work with all willing nations for peace in the region. Standing for a rule-based world, India will continue to oppose attempts of aggression and better them on land and on sea. Maritime domain is so vast and challenges are so diverse that going alone is not an option. India remains engaged in most of the important exercises and activities in the Indo-Pacific and the Western IOR for a long time. Some of the activities which started decades ago, such as exercise Milan or Malabar, today have grown into substantive ones. Oceans are global commons. We welcome all nations which respect rules and shun aggression to collaborate in our region. India has been engaging and will continue to engage nations in regions bilaterally and under the framework of IONS, IORA, FOCinC, Colombo Security Conclave, and other structures. Towards closer cooperation and understanding, there is need to enhance common maritime domain awareness. India has set up information fusion centers for the Indian Ocean region and seeking participation from friendly maritime neighbors. We hope that India's constructive initiative will be responded favorably by all friendly nations. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. I hope that the discussions here starting from today will prove fruitful. I thank the organizers and all the others who have contributed to this initiative. I wish the best for the success of the conclave. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the conclave address. We thank you for delivering the conclave address, sir. As a token of our appreciation, may I request the Chief of the Naval Staff onto the stage to present the conclave memento to Dr. Ajay Kumar. May I request the Defence Secretary to please accept the memento. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also privileged to have amongst us Sri Harshvardhan Shringla, Foreign Secretary, Government of India, and India's foremost diplomat, who will be delivering the keynote address of the Goa Maritime Conclave 2021. I now invite the Secretary onto the stage to deliver the keynote address.
FOCinC Chief of Naval Staff, Flag Officers Commanding Southern and Western Command, Deputy Chief of Naval Staff, Commandant, Naval War College, senior officers of the Indian Navy. We are privileged to have with us Chiefs of Naval Staff of the equivalent in a number of countries in the region, both in person and virtually. And I wish to acknowledge the presence of our friends from Bangladesh, Comoros, Indonesia, Madagascar, Maldives, Malaysia, Mauritius, Myanmar, Seychelles, Singapore, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good morning. It's a very great privilege for me to have this opportunity to address the third Global Goa Maritime Conclave. I wish to congratulate the Chief of Naval Staff, FOCinC, for hosting this important event, which brings together our close friends in the Indian Ocean region. I would also like to thank him for providing me this opportunity to interact with this eminent audience of admirals and senior maritime security leaders. I take this opportunity to extend my warm greetings to the naval chiefs and other senior officials attending this conclave from our partner countries in the Indian Ocean region. Sea power, to paraphrase the famous naval thinker Alfred Mahan, has always influenced history. Europe, the empires have risen and fallen as they lost command of the seas. The Persians never really recovered from the naval battle with the Greek city-states at Salamis. The Ottoman Empire was checked at Lepanto in 1571. Trafalgar in 1805 marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon. American naval supremacy in the Pacific began with their legendary victory at Midway in 1942. The British Empire was made possible also by Britannia ruling the waves. Our own historical experience has recounted regular and steady maritime interaction from Zanzibar off the coast of Africa to the shores of the Arabian Peninsula, all the way through to the Arabian Andaman Sea and the mainland and islands of Southeast Asia. People, faiths, ideologies, mythologies, art, architecture, and goods have always moved back and forth. And I've always believed that our interactions have been more of the peaceful trader, the intrepid traveler, and the pious pilgrim. We do not just share geography and experience. We are also partners in one of the most exciting economic transformations of history. This is the century of Asia and Africa. The Indian Ocean region is a space that both these continents share. It bridges two very consequential economic spaces. As countries of the Indian Ocean region, we also inhabit a particular contemporary geopolitical and geoeconomic reality. We are a part of the greater Indo-Pacific space. This is a construct that has, for very good reasons, attracted much diplomatic and strategic attention. It is at the center of a defining strategic event of our times, an ongoing rebalancing, the rapid growth of Asia's share in global output, the business prowess of Asian companies, and the growing Asian technological abilities are driving the global center of gravity towards the east. A change of this nature is bound to have geopolitical and geoeconomic consequences and generate a power transition. The transition is manifest in the waning of the unipolar movement following the end of the Cold War and in the emergence of a multipolar world. Friends, empirically speaking, crises accelerate transitions and the emergence of new realities. The COVID pandemic is certainly the greatest shock in the memories of our generation. It knocked down an entire planet, destroyed lives, claimed livelihoods, closed schools and educational facilities, and accentuated fault lines in many environments. Paradoxically speaking, this is also a moment of opportunity. Empirically speaking again, all crises are succeeded by periods of growth, so there is opportunity. The Great Depression and the Second World War were followed by sustained growth, economic growth. Major health crises have led to investments in medicine, medical science, public health that have transformed lives. Major economies today are on the rebound. Automation, computers, and information technology have allowed the introduction of efficiencies and scale that boggle the mind. Vaccines have been researched, tested, manufactured, and deployed on a historically unprecedented scale. Friends, maritime transport and logistics are a major component of the blue economy. It is of particular importance to us in this room. Half of the world's container ships, a third of the world's bulk cargo traffic, and two-thirds of the world's oil shipments traverse the Indian Ocean region. The pandemic has highlighted both the opportunity and the vulnerability of this sector. It is often pointed out that modern container ships, vessels, lift a greater tonnage and move more distances much more quickly than the entire merchant fleets of nations just a few centuries ago. The historian Yuval Noah Harari has written that in 1582, the English merchant fleet had a total carrying capacity of 68,000 tons and required 16,000 sailors to man this fleet. There are vessels in operation today that can carry 200,000 tons and require a crew of just 22. A super tanker can carry more than 1 million barrels of oil with a crew of approximately the same size as 22. As we all know, these massive logistical capabilities have cushioned some of the impact of the pandemic. We have, however, become painfully aware that the economic rebound is being stressed by shipping delays and the shortage of containers. This combination of opportunity and vulnerability is something that we will have to accommodate in our priorities and policies. We will have to work with more resilient, sustainable, and reliable supply chains. Friends, the pandemic has also highlighted another imperative of a multipolar world, the need to work together. Rebalancing is leading to a dispersal of capacities, including the nations that are represented in this audience. Every one of us present here have a growing ability to come up with common solutions to common problems. That means we are able to do more together. We have already been pooling our efforts. All the nations represented in the conclave are members of either the Indian Ocean Rim Association or FOCinC. Several are members of both. Both IORA and FOCinC have a strong focus relevant to this conclave on maritime security. The Indian Ocean Naval Symposium similarly has working groups on HADR, maritime security, and information sharing and interoperability. Friends, security in the context of foreign policy or diplomacy has traditionally been associated with countering external security threats, primarily military. Historically, diplomatic efforts to improve security have been about negotiating security alliances. We now operate on the basis of an expanded concept of human security that takes a broader view. As my friend Defense Secretary said, working for the common global good. We are in the process of devising a new set of measures and arrangements that reflect this understanding of security. They are based less on the traditional concept of a military alliance and more on a cooperative approach, on prevention, on sharing of information, and on promoting interoperability across state borders. Many of these cooperative activities that we undertake are in the policing and law enforcement spheres. It is my belief that these measures are more appropriate to the newer and rapidly evolving threat matrix that we are confronted with. Friends, an audience like this would also appreciate that new threats and security challenges are continuously emerging. Non-traditional threats and new technologies have combined to form a whole new spectrum of sub-conventional security threats and problems. New players have emerged. Transnational crime syndicates conduct human trafficking, smuggling, narcotics, and IUU operations on an expanded scale. We have, in effect, become non-state actors working diligently to diminish security and well-being in the region. The blue economy potential the region has, while creating opportunities and prosperity, generated vulnerabilities. Irresponsible fishing is damaging our food security. More commerce means more accidents. It means more pollution, as those caused by oil spills. The blue economy supports an increased number of coastal economic and population centers. Natural disasters can and do affect them. They also provide targets for terrorists, supported and encouraged by the resources of governments, using the oceans to move and infiltrate. They threaten offshore and coastal assets. Such terrorists tend to combine with transnational criminals. These alliances escalate instability and violence levels exponentially. Another set of challenges arises from geopolitical volatilities. A lack of commitment to settle international law has led to increased militarization of the region. Militarization always adds to complexities. The Indian Ocean region, it is quite obvious, will face an increasingly complicated, rapidly evolving, and more demanding security situation with an ever-increasing battery of threats and uncertainties. Friends, this requires all of us, and in particular the navies, the coast guards, and the maritime security agencies of this region to do more together. India stands ready and willing to do its share and more in tackling these problems. We cannot anticipate each and every problem that will arise. We can, however, work on strengthening the structures, the understandings, the procedures, and the resources that are required. This will enable us to better manage known problems. It will also enable us to create a certain capacity in dealing with the unknown. I have referred to some of the plurilateral and cooperative structures with a focus on maritime security that are in place and are growing. A number of specific areas of cooperation have shown encouraging results. They point towards directions in which we can intensify joint efforts, leverage each other's strengths, and generate synergies. Domain awareness is central to any preventive security strategy. The joint coastal radar surveillance systems that India has worked on with Sri Lanka, Mauritius, Maldives, and Seychelles, the India-Bangladesh MOU and coastal radars, information fusion centers, and multilateral maritime coordination centers in India, in Abu Dhabi, Seychelles, and Madagascar, and white shipping information exchange agreements have, we can agree, improve not just domain awareness, but also the security secret. Anti-piracy patrols in the Indian Ocean, in the waters of the Middle East and Africa, and the maritime coordinated patrolling arrangements with Myanmar, Thailand, Bangladesh, and Indonesia also improve security and understanding. We have worked and are willing to work with partners on improving EEZ surveillance. We are willing to work with our partners in upgrading military hardware and software. They have supplied equipment, vessels, and aircraft to friends like Vietnam, Mozambique, Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, Comoros, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. We have also worked together to conduct training programs, workshops, and seminars, and deploy mobile training teams. Institutional dialogues between maritime security agencies in partner countries help build relationships and processes that contribute to improvement of security-related outcomes. An increasing number of such dialogues are taking place. Dialogues and other mechanisms help in the generation of what we call SOPs, the promotion of interoperability, the maritime security interoperability, and one example of such dialogues is the Maritime Security Conclave involving India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives, with the participation of Seychelles, Mauritius, and Bangladesh. They also add to the number and scope of joint activities and exercises. IORA members have participated and continue to participate in a number of exercises to jointly enhance their capabilities. Exercises such as those in pollution control, and maritime search and rescue, test SOPs, generate more of them, and augment interoperability. These have helped Indian teams in combating maritime pollution incidents in Mauritian and Sri Lankan waters in the recent past. Friends, the pandemic has demonstrated, like few other events, the importance of our capacity to mount HADR operations and assist each other. India has been called upon to respond to situations in our extended neighborhood. This is demonstration of the solidarity with partners and of our commitment to the principles of humanitarianism. India also believes that alleviating suffering is essential to reducing insecurity and building trust and confidence, in keeping with our philosophy of Cidade-de-Goa, or the world is one family. Some recent operations conducted by India include those in Sri Lanka, following Cyclone Roano in 2016 and floods in 2017. In 2017 and 18, to assist Bangladesh with the influx of Rohingya displaced persons. Following natural disasters in this region, such as Cyclone Cidade, Navies, and Goa, India has deployed assets for HADR operations in an arc that extends from Banda Aceh in Indonesia and even further beyond to Fiji, and on the other side to Mozambique. Instability, insecurity, and humanitarian crises have also forced us to conduct a number of complex and demanding evacuation operations. More recently, our host, the Indian Navy, launched Mission Sagar during the pandemic in Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, Madagascar, Comoros, Sudan, South Sudan, Djibouti, Eritrea, and Comoros. India also deployed rapid response teams during this period to several countries, including Comoros, Kuwait, Maldives, and Malaysia. This was essentially to provide immediate expertise and capacity in dealing with this COVID crisis that very few countries were sort of used to, or in fact knew what was all about at that time. India provided critical healthcare products, including vaccines, often in the face of mounting logistical challenges, to over 150 countries. You would be happy to note that India is committed to supplying vaccines to our partners, including those in the region. The Prime Minister at the G20 summit announced India's plan to manufacture 5 billion vaccines in the year 2020. Friends, the operational and institutional framework to respond to the challenges being discussed in this very important conclave requires a normative basis. India is currently serving as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. During our presidency of the Council in August this year, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi chaired a high-level debate on maritime security. I would like to quote from his remarks that explain our thinking at the highest level. The Prime Minister said, I quote, "The ocean is our joint heritage, our seas are the lifeline of international trade, and the biggest thing is that these oceans are very important for the future of our planet." But today our shared maritime heritage is facing many challenges. I'm continuing the Prime Minister's quote. Sea routes are being misused for piracy and terrorism. There are maritime disputes between many countries, and climate change and natural disasters are also maritime domain-related issues. In this broad context, we must make a framework of mutual understanding and cooperation for the preservation and use of our common maritime heritage. No country can make such a framework alone. It can only be realized through a common effort. The Prime Minister went on to place 5 principles that define our approach to maritime security, and these are: removal of barriers for legitimate maritime trade, settlement of maritime disputes peacefully and only on the basis of international law, collectively address natural disasters and maritime threats by non-state actors, preserving maritime environment and maritime resources by addressing ocean pollution, spills, overfishing, and increasing cooperation in ocean sciences, and encourage responsible maritime connectivity based on sustainability and absorption capacity of animals. Delegates might be familiar with the Prime Minister's vision and Defense Secretary mentioned the cyber security and growth for all in the region, wherein India called for a free, open, and inclusive order in the Indo-Pacific, based upon respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, peaceful resolution of disputes and dialogue, and adherence to international rules and laws. India's concept of the Indo-Pacific is inclusive in nature. It supports an approach that respects the right to freedom of navigation and overflight of all in the international seas. India's Indo-Pacific vision is premised upon the principle of ASEAN centrality. India's approach is based on cooperation and collaboration, given the need for shared responses to shared challenges in the region. Friends, the approach to maritime security articulated by the Prime Minister, the vision of Sagar, and the central ideas underlying our bilateral and plurilateral initiatives constitute a complementary set of principles. These, together with India's commitment to UNCLOS and customary laws in the seas, provide a direction and framework for efforts to enhance public good in the Indian Ocean and the broader Indo-Pacific region. Friends, in conclusion, I would like to repeat again what the Prime Minister said at the UN Security Council, that the creation of a framework can be made by any one country and that it requires a common effort. I began by referring to the importance of seapower and the moment of opportunity for all of us in the Indian Ocean region to benefit from shifting economic currents. Prosperity and the well-being of our people is built upon the foundation of law and order and security, a new cooperative architecture for our common maritime space that ensures security for its inhabitants, driven by our realities and our aspirations to lead better lives, is necessary to grasp this opportunity. Opportunities need to have expiry dates too. We must, as fellow travelers in a voyage, work swiftly to ride these momentarily favorable tides and currents, if we are able to do so in the Indian Ocean region. Through common effort, we will be able to set ourselves on the trajectory to improve futures. As my remarks may have indicated, the Indian Navy, Ministry of Defense, and the Ministry of External Affairs work in close synergy to implement the vision of the target encompassing the concepts of our neighborhood first, act east, and look west policy. I thank my colleagues, the Chief of Naval Staff and the officers, friend Defense Secretary, for their fullest support and cooperation in fulfilling our common endeavors. I would like to end by quoting the motto of our host, the Indian Navy, Nam No Varuna, and invoke the blessings of the mighty Varuna, the Lord of the Seas, on the participants in the conclave, the forces and agencies they represent, and the proceedings of this conclave. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for delivering the keynote address. In appreciation, may I request the Chief of the Naval Staff to please come up and present the conclave memento to the Foreign Secretary. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now glad to announce that the Winter 2021 third edition of the Indian Navy's flagship journal, the Indian Naval Dispatch, is ready for release. The journal has been established with the vision of serving as a crucible for diverse ideas, opinions, and conversations that help light maritime thought. Publication of this journal is facilitated through the recently established Indian Naval Dispatch Foundation. The foundation aims at promoting the mission of the journal, which is to provide an intellectual forum for sharing innovative and professional concepts, discussions, and reflections for shaping and evolving maritime thought in the nation and in the region. In addition, today, It is also planned to inaugurate the website of the Indian Naval Dispatch Foundation, which will serve as a platform to provide easy and wider access to the digital version of the journal. The website will help enhance readership, and as it gains popularity, it is intended to add new digital products to the website. First, may I request Admiral FOCinC, Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Southern Naval Command, Rear Admiral Sai Venkatraman, Commandant Naval War College, and Rear Admiral S.Y. Srikanth, Editor-in-Chief of the Indian Naval Dispatch, to please come up on stage for the release of the Winter 2021 edition of the journal. Thank you, sir. May I now request FOCinC South, Commandant and Rear Admiral Srikanth to please take their seats. And may I request the Chief of the Naval Staff to come to the podium for the launch of the Indian Naval Dispatch Foundation's website. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Naval Dispatch Foundation's website is now live. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set for the commencement of today's deliberations. The deliberations are spread over 3 sessions. The first session is on the topic Imperatives for Mitigating Emerging Non-Traditional Threats in Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction in the IOR. May I request our 3 panelists, Commodore C. Uday Bhaskar, Ambassador Tariq Ahmed Kareem from Bangladesh, and Admiral Arun Prakash onto the stage for the session. The resumes of the distinguished panelists have been placed in the folders shared with you. The session will be moderated by Admiral Arun Prakash. Ladies and gentlemen, Admiral Arun Prakash was the 20th Chief of the Naval Staff and also the Chairman, Chiefs of Staff Committee. During his tenure, the Indian Navy saw many initiatives in the fields of doctrine, strategy, transformation, and maritime cooperation. He is also a recipient of the Veer Chakra for the gallantry displayed in the 1971 war. Currently, he is the distinguished chair at the Naval War College, Goa. May I request Admiral Arun Prakash to please take over and conduct the proceedings.
Thank you. I have before me 2 pages and 1 stopwatch, so you know how well this session is required to be conducted. I will be saying, distinguished guests and delegates, it's my privilege to welcome all of you to session 1 of this conclave, in which we intend to discuss emerging non-traditional threats and measures for their mitigation. Ironically, some of the threats that we call non-traditional today have actually been around for hundreds of years. And the reason for this is that man's first activity on the high seas was trade. And with trade came clashes between trading nations and traders and the arrival of piracy on the high seas. Since merchantmen could fight pirates, fighting ships were invented and navies came into being. So navies came after trade, and that's a fact that naval officers have to swallow. The foreign secretary quoted Admiral Mahan, so let me quote him again. He said, the necessity of a navy springs from existence of peaceful shipping and disappears with it, except for nations which have aggressive tendencies. Today, the maritime domain faces major tensions and complications due to a variety of threats because the seas are no longer seen as just trade routes or fishing grounds which they were for hundreds of years. Today, they are perceived as a repository of mineral wealth awaiting exploitation, as the engine of two economies which lie in the future, and of course, as highways for the transportation of trade, energy, and goods on which most of our economies depend. Let us also remember, as the Secretary pointed out, that the safety of 100,000 merchantmen, which carry goods and energy worth over $1 trillion annually across the waters of our Indian Ocean, are a matter of concern for all navies of the country. We also have about over 100,000 seafarers from all our countries serving on merchant ships of different flags. The mysterious disappearance of Malaysian Flight 370 in 2014 and the more recent loss of the unfortunate loss of the Indonesian submarine Nangana with all her crew were stark reminders of the dangers that await seafarers and waters and the challenge of search and rescue over the vast waters of the Indian Ocean. It also highlighted the fact that no single country can muster the expertise, the resources, and the facilities to undertake such expedition, and we need to help each other in such circumstances. Increasingly, we find that the scope and need for maritime cooperation in the Indian Ocean is growing rapidly. Whether it is rampant piracy, whether it is maritime terrorism, ecological disasters, the seas are rife with challenges. Natural calamities and impact of climate change present grave threats to coastal, low-lying island nations, and the recent COP26 in Glasgow has given us clear warning that unless we pursue our targets to resolve and speed, mankind will face very challenges. So no nation can do everything by itself, but many nations can do a great deal together. This is a phrase I think which is worth remembering for all of us. Our dependence on the seas could be used or must be used as a binding force and a lever for collective endeavors to reduce vulnerabilities and to ensure safety of the vast commons. But even as we make strenuous endeavors to identify areas of convergence and promote capacity building and interoperability, as the previous speakers pointed out, we must remember that the seas beyond national jurisdiction are high seas, where the law of the sea, the UNCLOS, etc., apply, but they are not observed by all nations, or we must be acutely aware of this. So, in this opening session, we have two distinguished speakers who are going to speak on the imperatives for mitigating emerging non-traditional threats in areas beyond national jurisdiction. I've been asked to spell out the rules of this game. We have 1 hour for this session, which the two speakers will have 15 minutes each to speak in. I have these bells before me, and I will be open 5 minutes or 4 minutes as you wish. Your talks will be followed by an interaction with the audience of about 20 minutes or thereabouts. Our speaker is Commodore Udit Bhaskar, former naval officer, now an analyst and commentator, and also an increasingly a TV personality. He is heard and read with great respect, not only in India, but also in foreign countries. He is going to speak to us on emerging non-traditional threats and risks of confrontations among coastal states. Thank you. The time starts now.
Thank you, sir. I've been practicing Chief of Naval Staff, distinguished delegates at GMC 21. I know how hard a taskmaster Admiral Prakash is, so I'm going to skip my opening remarks, which were to really congratulate our local host, the college and FOCinC South, for these splendid arrangements and enabling me personally to be part of this very important set of deliberations. The fact that we have both the Foreign Secretary, Shri FOCinC South, and the Defense Secretary, Dr. Ajay Kumar here, I think is an indicator, if I may put it that way, of the policy buoyancy that the Goa Maritime Conclave is now acquiring, more focus, and I would say a certain amount of larger GOI institutional support. And I think this, as I said, is a case of fairness in terms of what we are collectively trying to do. My sort of theme for this morning's session, the first panel, was on emerging non-traditional and transnational threats to maritime security in the IOR and their risk of confrontation among the coastal states. So it will be my attempt to try and disaggregate some of the key bullets as far as the theme title is concerned. And at the outset, allow me to recall deliberations of this nature that we had more than 25 years ago. This was when Prime Minister Nalsa was at the helm of national affairs, and we used to attend the CSCAP deliberations. Some of you may be familiar with the CSCAP. It's the Council for Security and Cooperation in what was then called as the Asia Pacific, which is now morphed into the Indo-Pacific. I thought I would paraphrase remarks made at that time by a very important a luminary lady, a diplomat and a scholar on matters maritime. This is Ambassador Hasim Jalal. Many of you have read of him, heard of him, I'm sure our ASEAN colleagues, those who are both here and who are joining us virtually, may recall the contribution of Ambassador Jalal. And one particular, I would say, turn of phrase or formulation that I thought was relevant and resonates today. At that time, while we were discussing, and when I say we, I mean the countries of Asia Pacific that were in fact 1.5 crore, about matters maritime and what could be the way ahead in terms of security and cooperation. And Mr. Jalal, who had spent a very long time in terms of drafting the UNCLOS and getting the highest political approval, was looking at matters within ASEAN and East Asia. And one of his observations was that the real challenge is one of receiving sovereignty when we are looking at the maritime domain from the coast. And the challenge for policymakers and professionals is informing a regional community that would accept their status as stakeholders. Because as you move further away from the coast, the nature of the challenges and the nature of threats, if challenges are not recognized in time, could lead to very, very dire and costly outcomes, and therefore the need to evolve the equivalent of a conceptual, collaborative approach, which would also be empathetic to the diversity and the sensitivities of all the stakeholders. At that time we were represented as I said, the old countries from the Asians. If you do a fast forward from then to where we are now and look at the challenges and threats to security in the IOR, some of the major punctuations have already been flagged by previous speakers, but let me recall briefly. The tsunami of December 2004, the piracy of Somalia in 2008, and Mumbai 26/11, November 2008, as punctuations of or illustrative of both the transnational threat and the non-traditional threat, and the way in which they can challenge both security and stability as far as the is concerned. Now, in days of yore, I recall when we were studying maritime issues, it used to be generally said that the primary focus for CPA, for the navies, was how do you establish your presence. So the entire focus was on the primary function of navies as armed forces and In passing, we would refer to the constabulary role of the Navy and also the diplomatic role. And finally, in basket 4, we used to talk about non-traditional threats. And I was generally the ship's cat looking after notes to be made for non-traditional threats. Now, this entire audience knows that there is a familiar kind of combination that in the old days we spoke about piracy, narcotics, gun plumbing, human trafficking. Terrorism had not yet entered the spectrum of non-traditional threats. In a way, USS Cole, to remember the incident, was the beginning, and then of course we had our own tragic experience in Mumbai. And 26/11 in many ways brought the equivalent of jihadi supported state-sponsored terror onto the policymaker radar. And ever since there has been a lot of focus, and most recently by Mr. Modi has also alerted the global community about these challenges. Now, very broadly, if you were to look at the maritime domain and step back and say, how do we interpret all of this in 2021, GMC 21? Let me make this broad kind of formulation that we are all familiar with Mahan, the various tenets of maritime strategy and theory. But one way of looking at it as a thumb rule, as let me say, easy to understand approach would be to look at 3 domains, 3 subdomains of the maritime domain. The geoeconomic, the connectivity, the trade, the energy, everything that is associated with maritime and sea power, the first determinant. The second is geopolitical, the security, the strategic, the SSBM, the aircraft carrier, and the entire hard power, military aspect of maritime and sea power. And the third, which is now gradually coming into focus, is what I have described as the geophysical attribute of the maritime domain. One that subsumes the entirety of the health of the ocean, the way in which the maritime domain is linked to the physical and the demographic inhabitants as far as oceanic regions are concerned. And in that sense, the correlation between security that the state is expected to provide, not only for its territorial integrity and other aspects of national interest, but for the citizen. Because in a digression, you can see that much of the Cold War discourse had not paid adequate attention to human security. In the post-Cold War decades and where we are now, human security is up there, and in the maritime context, you can see the leveling, the way in which these 3 sub-domains overlap and influence each other: the geopolitical, the geoeconomic, and the geophysical. And today, I think the policymaker is confronted with the challenge that all of these are, in a way, impacting, influencing each other. And at the end of the day, the challenge is how do you ensure an appropriate level of citizen security, the welfare of the citizen, what the Arthashastra has been referred to as the Yoga Shema, the abiding responsibility of those who are entrusted with governance, whether political, professional, executive, whatever it be. And in that sense, I think we can see the manner in which today, when we talk about the spectrum of non-traditional threats, the NTT, this spectrum has increased. Climate change, that was the focus of deliberations in Glasgow at COP26, and the COVID pandemic, we hope it is ending, are now acquired a critical contour. And what we are now seeing is that the urgency with which climate change is likely to impact. It is already impacting, but it could become even more corrosive unless there is very quick and radical action by policymakers. It's something that is going to be the biggest challenge, as I see it, in terms of the non-traditional threats. Now, one way of looking at the manner in which the 3 domains are impacting each other is the linkage. And I think there are 2, I would say, examples that illustrate this point. For instance, we are all familiar with piracy, Somalia, 2008, the global response. What was the impact of piracy off the east coast of Africa as far as the global economy and the impoverished citizens of concerned? One estimate done by Oceans Beyond Piracy put this cost cumulatively between $15 to $70 billion. And the trickle down for the citizen, for the consumer, was higher tariffs. Not only were countries paying higher insurance rates, but the citizen was paying that much more for every trade item that is coming by sea. What was the trigger of the money? And this is where I think you can see the three domains, the subdomains and the interlinkage. The received wisdom is that overfishing, maritime pollution in the waters of East Africa, Somalia, traditional fishing grounds, these led to the livelihoods being impacted of the local people. And now, more recently, research has demonstrated that the dumping of toxic waste, which was impacting the health of the ocean, was one of the causal factors for the various consequences that followed, the damage that was done to the local water bodies, and the economic and livelihood consequences that then manifested in a non-linear way into going out to sea, engaging in criminality, piracy, and the cascading effect that because this challenge was not recognized at the appropriate time, it evolved into a major threat with large economic consequences. And of course, we are aware that there was a global, collaborative, cooperative response that brought everybody on board, irrespective of political differences and strategic dissonances. There was a global effort to deal with this piracy, and it was brought under control. So this in many ways, I think, underlines the need for a very, very focused and calibrated degree of understanding the imperative for collective effort. And similarly, one could make the case to say that if the global community, particularly the maritime professionals and those engaged in security, had analyzed the events that took place in the mid-90s in relation to terrorism, or for that matter, even in 2005-6, is it possible for us to say that they could have been an attempt at understanding and interpreting challenges so that they do not become threats that could lead to confrontation between states? Now, this is not as hypothetical as it seems. We are familiar in a different maritime context that traditional friends, allies under the umbrella of the European Union, France and Britain, are engaged now in a war of words as far as fishing rights are concerned. And if you follow some cyberspaces, it appears that France and Britain are back in war again. I'm just flagging that to say that the challenge for the policymaker really is to ensure that challenges both of the non-traditional kind and transnational are adequately recognized and analyzed. And much of this is the core of a very important document, which has been produced by the Global Counter-Terrorism Forum in New York. Some of you may be aware of this document. It's a US-led effort, non-governmental. And they have come up with some very good recommendations about how to evolve common maritime practices, which are both global and regional. And they have flagged a number of them that both the Foreign Secretary and the Defense Secretary and Dr. Prakash have just mentioned. Let me quickly touch upon them. Maritime domain awareness, risk analysis and assessment of likely threats in respective maritime domains, maritime terrorism, travel, and the way in which the cyberspace is vulnerable both to hacking and underwater attempts at disruption, and the need to promote regional maritime security frameworks. I think GMC, the Goa Conclave, is actually a very important forum to enable this. And Chapa just spoke about the symposium, which is now being followed by the conclave, and I hope the parchment would allow for much greater levels of domestic interagency coordination, which for India is a big challenge. And Prakash has written a very, very good article about the 19 or 20 disparate ministries and departments that work on different aspects of India's maritime challenges. So interagency coordination domestically and amongst the littoral nations, these are some of the issues that have been flagged. So in conclusion, I just want to say that when we think of matters maritime, you have to listen to the waves. The waves tell their own story, and they have been telling us these stories for centuries. We have forgotten to care. And I think the critical challenge for the policymaker is empathy, human security, about the maritime domain. And the last word is, don't ignore the most vulnerable sector. Think of the women, think of the children, and the manner in which they have been impacted by many of these factors and the way in which they have influenced each other, both for human prosperity and alas for human suffering. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Bhaskar. Our next speaker is Ambassador Tariq Karim, who is currently the Director Center of Naval Studies of Bangladesh. He is one of this country's most distinguished diplomats, represented Bangladesh in the USA, in China, in South Africa, and spent a very eventful 5 years in New Delhi. Bond of friendship between India and Bangladesh. He's been a great friend of India, and we are lucky to have him in this conflict. Over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Admiral Arun Prakash. It's my privilege to find myself sitting at the same table with you and Commander Uday Bhaskar, old friends who we have known for many years. When I accepted this invitation and delved into it, I found myself facing the unenviable task of trying to distill a vast ocean into a small pond. So I have information overload, but I'm not going to overload you with the slide presentation. Let it be at this, because I have distributed my slides into 3 distinct portions. One I'll skip over because a lot of it has been already touched upon by the other speakers. And then I'll go to why we are having to respond to this, why I'm having to talk about response mechanisms of maritime forces to deal with man-made, non-traditional threats. So what is it that we have to address? I think I'll just briefly break that up. And then what exactly, how do we frame the response mechanism? The title implicitly states that we don't have a response mechanism. It has to be collective. And I can only suggest pathways, but we have to pool our heads together. Nobody can come up with one answer. It has to be a consensus, collective answer. Respected Chief of the Naval Staff of the Indian Navy, Admiral FOCinC, Honorable Foreign Secretary, his old friend, Mr. Harshvardhan Shringla, Defense Secretary, Vice Admiral Chawla, distinguished participants and guests from abroad present here. I thank the Chief of Indian Naval Staff and the Commandant of the Naval War College in Goa for inviting me to this and allowing me to share some of my thoughts on this subject. I must add a couple of disclaimers, standard disclaimers at this point before I launch. One, I'm addressing the Naval War College, but throughout my professional and personal life and career as a diplomat, I have been a man and a promoter of peace, and I deal primarily with non-traditional security threats than traditional military matters. Number 2, the views I was sharing are entirely my own, reflecting my personal thoughts and not necessarily, but may, if at all, shared by the government of Bangladesh, with which I am no longer connected, although it does deign to consult me from time to time on matters of interest, nor of any other organization with which I have been or am a part. What is the context in which we are talking? We are talking about the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean is the great middle way of the oceanic universe in which we live in. It is the smallest of the 3 or 4 oceans, in a sense. It connects the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Oceans and the Antarctic Oceans to its south. And if we have learned one thing by now, or we should have, is that all the oceanic realms are interconnected. What happens in one invariably translates in one form or other to the others. There is no division. The Westphalian paradigm of borders do not apply to them. The oceanic realm of the commons do not respect our laws. We have to respect their laws. I think that is the punchline that I have from my opening slides, 8 slides, which I'm going to skim over totally. The slides are present with the Naval War College, and you're free to share it with your audience. I will come straight to the non-traditional threats, which are basically under conventional threats, man-made conventional threats, which are not official threats, because I think the age of where one country can attack another country by force ended after 1945. That can no longer happen. If that does happen, those are looked upon as rogue states, and the entire world community either condemns it through direct participation or indirect participation. We have various other non-traditional threats of a conventional nature, and those have been mentioned by previous speakers already, including by in the opening remarks in the keynote address. I'm going to jump straight to the ecological and environmental concerns. Why they should be increasingly important, why we are talking about the COP26 today and about the intergovernment climate change report of 2021 has suddenly woken up to the fact that this planet is going maybe on the verge of imploding, that we are now 5 minutes away from midnight, not 15 minutes that we have thought earlier. We have set a target that global warming should not increase by more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. Only very recently, just a few weeks ago, I read a report. It has already risen by 1.5 degrees Celsius. So it's advanced what we thought was going to happen in like 15 years. That lends a sense of urgency, because in other words, the clock is ticking faster than we thought that it would be. And we are on the brink of the precipice, which is much closer to us than we thought we were. There are numerous such concerns, and very briefly, we have seen habitat destruction, biodiversity loss. We have seen domestic sewage and pollution from the vast number of ocean-going ships which are dumping all sorts of ballast and waste into the ocean as well as pollutants. We have seen coastal and marine areas which have always been the most vulnerable from anthropogenic activities becoming increasingly either lost to us. That's a phenomenon now in Bangladesh. We are losing 40,000 people from the coastal areas who are becoming homeless, internally displaced, and they move where to Dhaka. So that's going to be, so what we have thought would happen by 2025, I had made a projection in 2009, 2010, that we would, according to the 2007 IPCC report, Bangladesh would lose up to 20% of its coastal areas, which would result in 15 to 20% internal displacement of its coastal population. And not just that, they would lose their habitat, they would lose their living alliance, they would be keystone species which would be destroyed because of the inward salinity from the oceans into the rivers. That has already happened in Bangladesh. The tube wells along the southern districts have become saline. They have to wait for tankers to bring in fresh water to give them, although they are surrounded by rivers and the ocean near them. And my friend and colleague from Bangladesh, Admiral Ashraful Haq, is well aware of what we are dealing with. There is a theory which I have come now increasingly to accept. And this was first proposed or propounded by a Canadian environmental scientist, Thomas E. Homer Dixon, which basically says that as human population grows, global economic output may also grow exponentially, but renewable resources will decrease sharply. There would be depletion of aquifers, rivers, and other water resources, significant climate change, and decline of food production and fisheries. Environmental scarcities were already contributing to conflict situations. Continuing scarcities and pressures will increase demands on states and their institutions, rendering adversely affected states fragile and causing them to circle battles. States will likely fight more over renewables like water, forestry, agrarian than non-renewable resources in the future. And interstate conflicts are likely to expand into intrastate. Intrastate conflicts are likely to expand into interstate conflicts. This he had said in 2001. 2021, I think many of these predictions have been borne out with facts on the ground. We cannot choose to close our eyes and say, no, this is all very hypothetical rubbish, because many of us are personally affected by this in our respective countries or communities or elsewhere. The projections of global warming and climate change are already being felt by us. In Bangladesh, for instance, we have had prolonged and unseasonal rainfalls. We've also had prolonged high temperatures when we should be having much cooler temperatures. That will have a multiplier effect on the situation in the ground. Bangladesh, incidentally, is one of the most, in fact, perhaps is the most densely populated country in the world. We have a population of 165 to 170 million, still rising, although we have checked it. And we have no option but to address this, and this can only be done. It cannot be done by us, it has to be done with our neighbors collectively and arriving at a situation where we have a consensus on how we approach these problems. Let me fast forward here. There are several things about which many were not aware until recently. I am an inhabitant of what is the Bay of Bengal, and that is, the threats there are most imminent and immediate to us. We have a dead zone, 60,000 square miles in the Bay of Bengal, perilously close to the Bangladesh border. There are similar or larger dead zones in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. None were found in the Indian Ocean except in the Bay of Bengal. We have marine plastic accumulation in the Bay of Bengal. Most of the marine plastic comes from East Asia, flows through the Indian Ocean, and then into the Atlantic via the southern tip of Africa. There is no accumulation or negligible in the Arabian Sea and elsewhere, but mysteriously it is seeping into the Bay of Bengal. And the projection is that this way, in 50 years' time, the entire Bay of Bengal will be a plastic soup, like there are areas in the Atlantic and the Pacific. What effect is that going to have on the teeming populations of the South and Southeast Asian region? I leave to your imagination. This is something that will not affect me. It will not affect my children, but it will affect my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and their grandchildren. If for nothing else, we need to think about their future, not ours. My time is up. Summing up, or the challenges are various. We will have challenges of ecological, environmental security, food security, water security, energy security, employment security, health security, and this I'm repeating from something I had said in 2009. And wildcard events, tsunamis, earthquakes, tornadoes, and pandemics. We discussed this when I was teaching ecological security in 2005, 2007, and this was taken as a real exercise possible what happened if the pandemic occurs. Globalization has made time and space irrelevant for us. In the 1921 pandemic of 3 years, ships took 7 to 10 days to go from the Atlantic, across the Atlantic. Today, in less than 24 hours, you can go from Bangladesh to the extreme end of the west coast of the US. One plane load carries 200 to 300 persons. One undetected passenger who's asymptomatic, but might be a carrier, is all that is needed to take the virus from one end of the globe to the other. These are things we discussed. Did we have a response mechanism? No. I suggested tentatively one response mechanism that it has to be collected, but this was more South Asia centric at that time. I would request people to imagine zoom out and zoom in with the same scenario, because that is applicable today, and I'll run that in 30 seconds after the production. I suggested that we need to get together, because this was in 2009, a futures exercise imagining the scenario in 2025 and what governance mechanism we need to put in place. And sadly, so many years have passed between 2009 and today, I don't see any signs of any mechanism. It does drive home to me the fact that we have to work together, to go closer together. The mechanism I suggested is, can we try think of putting together an organization called, and I named it, sheer imagination, South Asian Regional Ecological and Environmental Authority, Security Authority. It will be an authority, not an association. It's not a club where we go and have a drink and discuss problems and say, oh, this is very bad, we have to do something, we go home and sleep. No, it has to have a mandate, a regulatory framework, rules-based framework. It must have the funds and the authority to monitor and check implementation. We are nowhere close to that. I think in the end, my last view, and this is a cue I'm taking from something I read just less than 2 weeks ago in the New York Times. The United States, despite the body blows it has taken to itself in recent times, happens to continue to be the most powerful nation of the world, with the most powerful army and navies in the world, and also the most economic resources. And they screamed out to me, the New York Times screamed out to me, climate change poses a widening threat to national security. The subheading of that was, intelligence and defense agencies issued reports warning that the warming planet will increase strife between countries and spur migration. And then they cited several examples: Iraq, Algeria, elsewhere, lost revenue from fossil fuels. Pentagon warned that food shortages would lead to unrest along with fights between countries over water, and tens of millions of people are likely to be displaced by 2050 because of climate change. The American Intel View, the National Intelligence Estimate, pointed out to 3 key areas. Global tensions will rise as countries argue about how to accelerate reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, which is happening now in Glasgow. Climate change will exacerbate cross-border flashpoints and amplify strategic competition in the Arctic. Effects of climate change will be felt most acutely in developing countries that are least equipped to adapt. The Pentagon also released its own report. The military will begin to spend a significant portion of its budget going forward to incorporate climate-related threats into its planning. Need I say more? We are here, you represent the finest among the navies in this region. If anything, the pandemic initial reaction was it forced all of us to retreat into shells. But the lesson we have learned 18 months on is that the inescapable lesson that one for all for one. I take this line from Alexander Dumas' famous. We cannot be on our own. I cannot own and do everything only for myself, and I have to help everybody else. Imperative, we have only one planet. Yes, Elon Musk and others with trillionaires and quadrillionaires can take spaceships and seek other planets to colonize and live in. You and I, gentlemen, we cannot. We have to work together to preserve our planet. We have to develop cooperatively, collective survival and mechanisms and resilience for ourselves and for our progeny. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, we've been privileged in the past half an hour to have had an insight into the minds of two deep thinkers who given us, who shared their thoughts with us. There's been mention of preceding sovereignty versus freedom of the seas. There's been mention of lack of interagency cooperation and how we must find empathy with those who are less fortunate. The ambassador has declared, and I hope he's right, to say that interstate conflict is now passing, and the only threat remaining is from nature, that is from climate change. I hope the words come true, Ambassador. But I think there are 2 or 3 points that we need to focus on before I go open the house for questions and discussion. One is that this is a gathering of nations which are vastly divergent in size, capability, economies, etc. There is a subcontinental nation here, there is an archipelagic republic represented here, there are tiny island republics. Now, no matter what our GDPs are, or what our populations are, or what our capabilities are, we are all in the same boat. And the same fate will overtake us if we don't work together. I think that's a point we need to understand quite clearly. India may have great achievements in terms of growth and GDP and population and so on. But our fate is inextricably interconnected with the tiniest of island republics. And there's no point our prospering if everybody doesn't prosper. And I think that is encapsulated in the term Sagar, security and growth for all. With prosperity, all boats must rise together. The second point is that development and globalization have been their own enemies. In pursuit of development, we have followed certain policies which have added to pollution and ecological damage and so on, and that those birds are going to come home to roost. Technology has benefited mankind. It has also empowered the non-traditional threat side. For example, who would have, Dr. Bhaskar mentioned that had we tackled the Somalian piracy at its roots, it wouldn't have taken the form it did. But who would have imagined that tiny fishing communities living on subsistence fishing would have an impact on international shipping, on international maritime insurance rates, and eventually on the global economy, which was taken up by the Somalian piracy. Who would have imagined that 2 airliners or 3 airliners could become weapons of mass destruction and start a global war which lasted for 21 years? So technology, globalization, etc. have played a role. And lastly, as the ambassador pointed out, either we stick together or we shrink together. Now that the foreign secretary has departed, I can mention that organizations like IORA, BIMSTEC, even IONS, we are there, but They have not achieved very much without giving any offense to anyone. They have not done anything. So we need to actually get down to work and maybe form the authority that Ambassador Tariq has just mentioned, the South Asian Regional Authority for Ecology and Environment. So gentlemen, these are the issues that I think we need to cast your mind on, and I am now putting the house open for questions. Please make your questions pointed and to the point and brief, and please state your identity and which organization you refer to. We have about 15 minutes of Q&A. The house is now open. Yes. Mike there.
Thank you very much for the good presentation. I'm Captain Sami from the Indonesian Navy. As you know, the Indo-Pacific is the Indo-Pacific region is different part and different problem. Just like the ocean Indo-Pacific.
I'm sorry, you are not clearly audible here. Can you speak a little louder and a little slower?
Okay, as we know that we have a different problem between Indo-Pacific and Indian Ocean region. And then my question for the Commodore Secretary Bhaskar is, what is the most challenging issue or obstacle for maritime security cooperation in Indian Ocean region? And for the second question is for the Ambassador Tariq Khalid. There are some cases of maritime security such as cooperation among states in the region, multinational collaboration. So, in your opinion, how to differentiate between competition and cooperation between states with respect to maritime security? Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question and then we. Yes, yeah. Mike.
What is the Captain Cidade-de-Goa? I am from the Naval Air Command Post at Cidade-de-Goa. So my question is to Ambassador Tariq. We spoke about the requirement of constructs in the region to tackle the non-traditional threats like pollution or IUU fishing and all such things. At the same time, the moderator has clearly identified that there are disparate countries here with various economic resources and abilities to undertake this. Do you think the time is right, apart from just forming constructs in this area, to come up with assets on common funding, common money to tackle these threats, be it on the lines of ions, say OPVs or aircrafts, patrol vessels, common money, so that each one is invested equally, commensurate to their abilities and capabilities. That I'm right.
Thank you.
The question regarding the most challenging issue as far as the IOR is concerned, comparing it with the Indo-Pacific, I would say that IOR countries must remain committed to cooperation and a consensual dialogue process as far as ethnic differences are concerned. And the example of what is happening in Indo-Pacific, particularly in East Asia and the South China Sea, should really serve as a caution that if these are not adequately addressed, and as I said, the word I use, in a empathetic manner, the potential for discord is very high. And to repeat what almost everyone has said, who have spoken before me, is climate change and its impact on the maritime domain and correlating that with human security. That, to my mind, is going to be the most critical issue, mainly because of the distinctive demography of the IOR. But when you look at the oceans of the world, the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Indian Ocean, the IOR has distinctive features. One is geography. It has the kind of geography that the other two bigger oceans don't have. It also has a history. I mean, the historical long cycle of history and the IOR is very different from that of the Pacific and the Atlantic. And finally, it is the demography which is again very distinctive. So I would say that the policymakers need to be cognizant and don't go down the South Channel route. That's, in my mind, the most important challenge.
Thank you for the questions. I address them briefly. I think I understand it. Competition for resources and how does it, how likely is it to translate conflict? I think if you study the history of man, migrations take place because of fight over resources of a certain area. When the resources become less to be able to sustain the whole community, the community starts expanding. And in a sense, that has been the driving force of man spreading out. Their old place has become inhospitable, they cannot sustain their living and continuing, they seek greener pastures. When even that larger pasture becomes constrained, then conflicts arise. Or if they cannot move us, conflicts will arise. And we have seen that happening. Most of the refugee movements taking place today are essentially at the heart of the problem is controlling where the resources are, who is going to have the rights and who is not going to be allowed to have rights and stuff like that. Why certain communities are targeted because we have to vacate them. Most of the refugees in the African region are climate refugees. A lot of the refugees in the Middle Eastern areas are also now climate refugees. They are, of course, also refugees from human conflict in the world. But climate refugees by far is going to account for more and more internal displacements. Internal displacements will never remain internal. Human beings are like water. They will find or create their own channel and they will land up. I remember doing my graduate studies in the mid-2000s. I read a futuristic novel which made a prediction that the coast of France is besieged by several, half a dozen or more shiploads of people fleeing their own lands because they have no food. This was written sometimes in the 1990s. And the people in France say, no, we don't want them. Happening in lesser or greater degree. Not in France, elsewhere. Even in France, they are going through different routes. So that is where the nexus is between competition for resources and conflicts likely to happen. Number two, when I talked about the funding and about the nitty-gritty of how do we form such a organization, that would be actually the theme of one full session because I spent about 40 minutes explaining. The funding has to be contribution proportion to population weighted by GDP. Every country has to give that much. Like you do for the United Nations, about something now, you do that for this one. And you find out each country will find its own regulatory mechanism. Chairmanship is by rotation at the highest level and then delegated at lower levels. Decision making is collective. It's all arrived at internally. It cannot be left open to all politics is local. But this is something which rises way above the local law. Unless we get that into our heads, we are never going to have any organization. Forgive me if I'm being cynical and somewhat skeptical. I have been through this process for many years. I've been hitting my head against the wall for the last 30 years on this theme of getting countries to work together. In my twilight years, I don't think it will happen yet. But if people start getting together seriously and saying we need to engage. Yes, we have issues, we have to deal with this, we need to engage and we need to find what brings us together more than what divides us. And perhaps we do.
May I also add a couple of thoughts to this question of assets and funding that Captain Papa raised? COP26 had seen most major countries making commitments on financial support. We look at these related issues. One kind of takeaway is that we all are familiar with the problem, the nature of the challenge, the threat we discussed so many times. I think we have to hit the ground running in terms of coming up with solutions that are low-hanging and which could be described as feasible. One of my issues that I've been advocating in the public domain is that for India to take the lead, and I'm looking at the defense secretary here, if here are also made the same case to the MEA, to say that we should translate Prime Minister Modi's advocacy and exhortation of Sagar into doables across the board. Now that he has spoken both in New York and the UN, which Mr. Sringa had quoted, and he also spoken at Glasgow and spoken about the need for funding, I think there is a case to study the problem in a manner that would lead to a solution. And in this context, I think this particular gathering, whether it is Goa 21 or the IONs or the other organizations that Prakash spoke about, will be considered as vehicles. And most importantly, my own sort of advocacy is to involve the citizen. The nature of the problem is such that it cannot be done by GOI or Geo Bangladesh or the rest of the world. It has to be across the board. Involve the state, the private sector, and the citizen. This humongous democracy, and look at young ION, the citizens of the ION who are young and who have ideas, and whose future is at stake, as Karina said. It is the grandchildren and that generation that may not have beaches to follow. They'll all be polluted with plastic. The limited point is, and I'm just thinking aloud as we speak, I just saw the INDEF website. Please make INDEF proactive. All citizens of Iowa participate and say, this is what the problem is for us and this is what we think the solutions are. And can we put our funds down in a manner that we possibly can to study the problem? When Mr. Karim says that Bay of Bengal will be full of plastic in the next 30, 40 years, and we get our youngsters sensitized to start cleaning beaches every other Sunday across the Iowa. I think this would be a great idea for Prime Minister Modi to do. Go to a beach and pick up plastic and make sure that the symbolism is there. I think these are some of the things we need to do both states. Otherwise, we need all
Next. One here and one there.
Thank you, sir. I'm Captain Parmar, Executive Director, National Maritime Foundation. There's been a conspicuous absence of the mention of the term Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative and the 7 bills. Most of the aspects and points which have been brought about and covered over the past, you alluded to the actionable plans that can be done. I think the IPOI with its 7 pillars, even though it does not mention climate change, can be subsumed. Many of the issues can be subsumed in the 7 pillars. We have India, who's taken onus on maritime security, disaster risk reduction management. We've got Japan, Australia, and France on board. Of course, Australia, France is the equation that we need to deal with as of now. But I think it is appropriate for us to push IPOI in all its aspects because these are actionable plans. Now you can argue that it's going to look east, but it's Indo-Pacific. And our definition of Indo-Pacific geography is well known. So I want the views of the panel is that you consider the IPOI as the right action initiative to create actionable plans and engage on regional platforms in the Indo-Pacific to push forward all the aspects concerned, including human security, under the 7 pillars. Thank you.
The Iowa written on the screen behind us. Question over there.
Good morning, sir. I'm Captain Moin. I'm a member of Bangladesh delegation, sir. My question to Ambassador Karim. So you have talked, amply highlighted about.
Please lower your mask for the time.
Sir, my question is, you have highlighted amply about the future challenges like ocean pollution and all these things. Considering the fact that we have so many problems on land, be it military or be it political problems. If you prioritize those problems, can we really hope that in near future we can look into the ocean pollution problem and all these things, sir? Do you see any future in that, sir? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising this point. My response to this would be not be based on what I have already responded. I mentioned three phrases there. The solution I tentatively predicted in 2009 as that shows South Asia dealt with the 8 countries. But to zoom out, it's the IOR region. You zoom in, for me, zooming in is my way of Bengal region. My experience in trying to foster regional cooperation in the last 30 years has been, it is very, very intractable elephant. You can't get it moving. There are domestic politics and they infringe on external politics and everything gets bogged down. There will never be unanimity. What we can hope for is some degree of consensus, and even that has been difficult. So the approach I adopted is, you can't deal with the whole universe at the same time. You want to reach the universe, but you target one specific aspect or body in the universe which is close. You go to the moon, then you think of Mars, then you go to other places. Similarly, the IOR is a universe. There are diverse powers and elements in it, and they have conflicting, pushes and pulls within them. Can we zoom into something which is manageable and doable? If we can't go west, can we go east? If we can't go east, can we go north or west or south? Somewhere you zoom in and see if you can form something which becomes a model that will expand. Others say, okay, there is some merit to this. That is what I brought to bear on the process of regional cooperation. South Asian cooperation is not working. Can sub-regional cooperation in South Asia? That is working in fits and starts, but it is moving, it is not stationary. Can we expand this? There are other countries now doing this. Can we expand this? FOCinC can also further work. 4 of South Asian countries are members of FOCinC. 3 are Southeast Asian. FOCinC is sort of a bridge between Southeast Asia and East Asia and South Asia and Southwest Asia. Can we think of FOCinC plus? FOCinC, basically the acronym is Bay of Bengal. The 2 important Bay of Bengal countries are missing from FOCinC. Indonesia and Malaysia, they are also Bay of Bengal countries. They are missing simply because they did not join the organization at that. They were members of ASEAN. Can we now think of maybe a framework, a governance framework agreement being arrived at, derived from the UNCLOS, which is the overall constitution. Under the constitution, you have to make rules and regulations. We are unable to frame the rules and regulations because this contestation is going. Can we arrive at something for a limited area and say, look, we can make this work? Others will then start joining. It will have to be an organic process. It will grow by accretion, but we have to be targeted and focusing like that. And Bangladesh is going to take over chairmanship of the this year. I have already advocated publicly, and to Admiral Haq, who is here, and his colleague, I would urge that Bangladesh, maybe as chairman, should consider this. Can we draw up a framework, arrive at something for the Bay of Bengal, which can be expanded, horizontally across to a larger space? Thank you.
Quick response to what Captain Barber made about the IPOI, which is the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. Yes, there are 7 pillars and a fair amount of recommendation there. My response is that actually whatever has been said under the umbrella of the IPOI, and and say, for instance, here under the IOR banner, these are not mutually exclusive. I mean that if you look at the maritime domain and zoom out, you are looking at the global maritime domain. Zoom in, we come to specific geographies, and today I think our deliberation was the IOR. But my own observation is that if you look or review the New York document, the Global Counterterrorism Forum, they are saying many things which are similar to what have been said on the 7 pillars of the IPOI, and which are very similar and they correspond with what has been said in Scotland. So I think the complementarity should be recognized, and what is important is to tell the policymakers that these are the distillates, and how can we fund them or how can we support them and make them happen. I think implementation is our real challenge.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I'm afraid I'm getting dirty looks from the organizers. We run out of time. So we have to conclude this session, but you are free to counter the analysts during me. I will just make one final remark. Honorable Bhaskar had mentioned interagency coordination, and that's a problem, I think, with all our nations, no matter how big or small. Our bureaucracies work at different paces and on different frequencies. But I think as an Indian Navy event, I think we need to look inwards, and since the Defense Secretary is here, I may point out that foreign cooperation requires the close coordination of naval headquarters, Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of External Affairs. And quite often, at least in my experience 10, 15 years ago, we did not always work in the closest coordination, with the result that many of our friends were disappointed and they thought that we are not paying enough attention to their requirements, so they went elsewhere. So I would suggest that we need to look inward, all of us, and especially India and the largest country. Thank you, gentlemen, for your, thank you, my panelists, for your very valuable inputs, and the audience for your interaction. Sorry for cutting this short. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Prakash, for conducting this session so well, sir, and the panelists for generating the enlightenment discussion. We have indeed got some valuable ideas and suggestions. May I now call upon Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Southern Naval Command, to please come up and give away mementos to our panelists. Commodore C. Bhaskar. Ambassador Tariq Ahmed Kareem. Moderator Admiral Arun Prakash. Thank you, sir. May I request all of you to please take your seats. Thank you, sirs. We have now come to the end of the first half of the day. We shall now take a break from the proceedings to visit the Defense and Shipyard Pavilion and for some refreshments. May I request the Chiefs of Navies and the heads of delegations to please proceed for the Defense and Shipyard Pavilion, which is being put outside next to the main choir. I request the other distinguished guests to please proceed to the banquet lounge for refreshments. The exhibition will be open to all. I would encourage you all to have a look when you get time. I request all of you to please come back and be seated.
So now they are going outside, okay, for live convention. So should I stop the live? Schedule is now they are going for some exhibition is there, okay. So over there all the people are going. So should I stop the live now? Yeah, yeah,
अभी ब्रेक है ना? ये अभी टाइम कब छोड़ेगा?
बाहर चेक किए क्या कर रहे हैं?
हाँ भाई?
बाहर चेक कीजिए क्या कर रहे हैं?
बाहर खाना खाने का
मैं उधर एग्जीबिशन में गए क्या देखो, मैं उधर जा रहा हूँ।
वहाँ ना?
आप थोड़ा इधर
हाँ। हाँ भैया, अभी ब्रेक दिया है कुछ देर के लिए, मैं आ जाऊँ क्या? अरे बाप रे। दिल्ली से ऑफिसर को ढूंढ रहे हैं, ऑफिसर को अपना ऑफिसर ये है कि कुछ आपको पूछना है तो मैं क्या पूछूं सर? ना मुझे बोला संख्या ना हल्ला व्हिडिओ जाय किती जाय आम्ही आमच्या अल्पाचेच नाही किती मारते तिथलं प्रेशर आहे ते विचार ऑफिस में आप अकेले ऑफिस में सब लोग गेड़ी नहीं आया ना? गेड़ी नहीं आया, दो तीन दिन बीमार है, बीमार बोल रहा था 2-3 दिन नहीं आऊंगा। और कौन है? राजन है? राजन है ऑफिसर भी है क्या? आया है तो वहाँ प्रोग्राम में कौन गया? समझ और उधर से घर से कवर कर रहे थे बोल रहा है। कहाँ है भैया उसका स्मृति ईरानी का? किधर है प्रोग्राम? स्मृति ईरानी आई है ना, उसका प्रोग्राम किधर है? दो है ना उधर, यहाँ एक किधर बोल रहा था समझ। साहब ऑफिस में है ना? ठीक है भैया, ठीक है तो खत्म होने तक इधर आना है ना? हाँ 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 बोला 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 हाँ 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 ठीक है। मुझे बोल रहा है वो जो दिल्ली से
Also, we have Mr. Churchill, Madam House, Honorable former Chief Minister. There are various other dignitaries sitting on the
Hello. Good morning, Professor Kraska. This is Lieutenant Rajat from the venue. Can you hear me? Yes. Professor Kraska, this is Lieutenant Rajat from Naval Law College. So, can I request you to switch on the camera and we'll just do a quick audio video test? I'm going to try to move to another computer. Hold on a second, okay? Right, sir. Good morning, Professor Rasta. This is Yasin Tajik. Can you hear me?
Hi, how are you doing?
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, are you able to see our screen?
Yes.
Great, sir. Sir, can you please tell us what can you see on the screen?
I see the Goa Maritime Conclave main slide, but I also see to the right a smaller version of it.
Yes, sir. So now you can see the conference hall where we are at the bottom
Yes.
left corner.
Yes, I see.
Right, sir. Great. So may I now request you to just quickly share your presentation so that we can just write and run it once.
Absolutely.
राहुल सीजन आ जाए वो उसके कॉर्ड लेके यहाँ पर आ जाओ, यहाँ पर लैपटॉप पे यहाँ पर करना है। हाँ वो कॉर्ड लेके आ जाओ। हाँ यहाँ पर
How's that?
I think our screen. Yes, sir. We can see your presentation in full screen right here. We might share a photograph also with you on WhatsApp so that you are aware how we are able to see.
Okay. So this is the way it is going to appear at our end.
And now, since we have your first slide on, may I request you to make a transition to the next slide. Yes, sir. I have IUUF slide here now. May I request you to change now? Yes, it's nearly instantaneous this time, so connectivity seems to be very good. So this presentation is good to go. We are back. And when the MC makes an announcement for the panelists to come onto the stage, he will read out their names, and he will also interact with you to once again check connectivity before the moderator hands over to you to start your talk.
Okay.
So there will be two interactions. First, when the MC is making an announcement about the panelist, he will do a communication check with you. Thereafter, he is going to read out something about the moderator, and he will hand over the proceedings to the moderator. The moderator will make introductory remarks, and thereafter he will also interact or communicate with you to hand over to you to start your talk. So this is the sequence that we are going to follow.
Okay, who is the moderator?
Dr. Gandhi is the moderator.
Okay.
And just as a contingency measure, assuming that you have started your talk and we have the issue with connectivity, that is, we are not able to hear you. So we will establish communication with you on by WhatsApp call. So I will request you to have your phone nearby.
Okay.
And I would also suggest if it could be silent in case you have any other call at this time which may interrupt your talk.
Yeah.
So we will definitely make effort to connect with you again because we like to hear your voice. Let's say there is an issue and we are not able to get you online in 2 or 3 minutes. Then we will first revert to the video that we have and we will go where we got interrupted and we play that video. And we'll again try establishing connect with you so that at least you can join us, the panelists, for the Q&A session.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything that you would like to share with us at this time?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Right, sir. Right. So thank you so much, sir. People have gone for refreshments now and they'll get back by 1140 and we expect to start at 1145.
Okay, sounds good.
And I have one colleague here who would like to say hello to you. I'll just hand over to you. James, Captain Permar, see you again.
Hey, how are you?
I promise I'm not going to ask you any hard questions like that. Good to see you. Oh, well?
Yes, great to see you. Thanks.
I think he's all right. Can you see me? Everyone. I don't think you're clear. It's all right. See you soon. I'm sitting in the audience and listening for a change. All the best. Take care.
USD card,
right?
Right.
Assuming you stop the loop, he says thank you. Because can you switch back to the slides?
You want me to?
No, sir. We are doing it from our end here. So once you say thank you, we will be the one who will do the change here, and we will manage the participants who are joining us online at our end.
Great. Thank you.
So may I now request you to switch off your camera and mic till the time we call out again at about 1140 or thereabout.
Will do. Thanks.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
दूसरा पेड़ है ना
दूसरा
But it is half blown now.
May I request all of you to kindly take your seats? We will be starting the session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the second half of the conclave. I hope you enjoyed your refreshments and got an opportunity to visit the Defence and Security Pavilion. Our second session for the day is on strengthening regional cooperation for maritime law enforcement. May I request the panelists, Dr. Paul Cidade-de-Goa from Kenya and Professor Dr. Manimuthu Gandhi to please come up on stage. Our third panelist is Professor James Kraska, who is joining us online all the way from US Naval War College. Professor Kraska, this is Goa Maritime Conclave. Can you hear us?
That's affirmative.
You're loud and clear also, sir. Welcome to the conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator for today's session is Professor Dr. Manimuthu Gandhi. Professor Gandhi was in the Ministry of External Affairs, from where he retired as the Joint Secretary, Legal and Treaties. He was also the legal advisor at the Permanent Mission of India in New York. He is currently Professor and Dean of the School of Law, Vellore Institute of Technology. He is an expert on maritime law and has represented India in many challenging cases at the International Court of Justice. May I request Professor Gandhi to please take over and conduct the session.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And this session is on strengthening regional cooperation for maritime enforcement. And we have two speakers. The first speaker is Professor James Kraska. He is from USA and he is online connected. And the second speaker, and he is speaking on capability building of legal framework for maritime law enforcement
in the IOR, very important. Then from Kenya, and Professor James Kraska, and he is a commander retired, and chair and Charles H. Stockholm Professor of International Maritime Law in the Stockholm Center of International Law at the U.S. Naval War College. And he is a prolific writer, and I could see a lot of his writings published as research papers, most importantly on piracy-related issues. Our second speaker also Professor Paul Musli Pangua, and he is also a writer, and on security issues he has written a number of publications, number of papers, research papers on terrorism, especially on the piracy-related issues. And now he's going to speak on collective capacity building required for strengthening enforcement of maritime enforcement. Now, the area that we are concentrating now, that strengthening of regional cooperation for maritime law enforcement, is a very important area. Because we know for law of the sea, the UNCLOS 1982 is available because all aspects of the maritime law is concerned, it is contained in the UNCLOS 1982. But at the same time, there are so many conventions and that are focusing on their security issue. We say that if we are concentrating more and more on piracy, terrorism, then it is like armed robbery, trafficking of human beings, and drug trafficking, AAU fishing, organized crime. All these things are happening in marine domain, and this we call that, it's a threat. And now, by earlier speakers, they want to provide two important areas, the environment as well as, very importantly, they say that disaster management issues also should come in. But if you go by species that I referred to, all of them are crimes. And the crimes, if effective enforcement is needed, all the crimes of the nature like piracy, armed robbery, trafficking, although there are conventions, human conventions are there, especially one is the other convention is Palermo Convention on organized crime, and more and more international instruments are there. But at the same time, to work on the international instrument, what is required is cooperation, regional as well as sub-regional cooperation. In fact, if you read the entire length and breadth of UNCLOS 1982, you can find that the centrality of the aspect of UNCLOS is that duty to cooperate. So without cooperation with the other states and whatever is given in the UNCLOS, we will not be able to realize. I hope today's the presentations, the first as well as the second one, will deal squarely on that matter. Now, as far as the time is concerned, it has been distributed this way that first speaker will take 15 minutes, and second speaker also will take 15 minutes. And at the end of the 10th minute, there will be a bell. And after that, there is a reminder bell that is after 2 minutes. Then it must be closed. This is the first speaker is concerned. The same thing will be followed for a second speaker also. Now, I would like to give the floor to Professor James Master. Please, Professor Master.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gandhi, and thank you so much, Admiral Rahman from the War College there in Goa. It's a real honor to be able to address all of the excellencies. What I thought I would do is I'm going to share my screen and just start a conversation, if I may, about approaches to IUU fishing and how the increase in cooperation can help to reduce what I fear will become a greater and greater problem in the Indian Ocean, as well as around the world. So I thought I would just offer a few ideas for generating discussion. Just as a quick background, it's important to remember that IUU fishing is often collected into one term, but these are three distinct activities. There is illegal fishing, which is fishing that's unlicensed within the exclusive economic zone or on the continental shelf. There is also unreported fishing, which might in some circumstances be lawful if it's conducted on the high seas, but it's still part of the problem because it does not allow us to manage the stock. And then unregulated fishing is fishing outside of an RFMO or Regional Fisheries Management Organization, not subject to RFMO controls, and therefore also poses a danger to the collapse of the fish stock. This is becoming a greater issue in the Indian Ocean region, and one of the primary concerns is Chinese distant water fishing vessels. So China has about half of the world's fishing capacity, and it is sending these ships in large numbers all over the world. And of course, some of these vessels are associated with other Chinese missions associated with the People's Liberation Army Navy, serving as a maritime militia or as an intelligence and surveillance force. The problem is that these are displacing the artisanal fishing or dhow fishing in the Indian Ocean. And you can see at the bottom from this report that these Chinese ships are so large that they can scoop up as many fish in a week as a local boat might catch in 1 year. In the upper right here, you see a Chinese squid fishing vessel, and the apparatus around the deck contains lights that are focused down into the water to attract the squid. So China takes between 50 and 70% of high seas squid, and it's not just in the Indian Ocean region, but around the world, particularly in North Korea, where it's believed that some of this fishing is in violation of the 2017 sanctions imposed by the United Nations on North Korea. So let's look at some of the regulatory tools that we might be able to employ to hopefully counter this activity. First of all, it's important to remember, as Dr. Gandhi mentioned, that the Law of the Sea Convention, or UNCLOS, is our constitution, and it says that all states have the right to engage in fishing on the high seas. But notice that this is not a unmitigated right. This right is subject to treaty obligations as well as sensitivity to the rights, duties, and interests of the coastal states. And this is often forgotten. Many people believe that the coastal state does not have any sort of equity beyond the 200-mile EEZ. But because it is one complete fish stock distributed throughout the EEZ and on the high seas, the Law of the Sea Convention recognizes that these states also have an interest, and those interests must be acknowledged. Furthermore, states have a broad duty to conserve for fisheries that occur everywhere, including even in their own EEZ, as well as, of course, in other countries' EEZs. And we know that the best scientific evidence available suggests that this is a single stock because, of course, the fish don't know maritime boundaries. Consequently, there's a duty to cooperate by all states to cooperate and negotiate to develop and strengthen RFMOs. This is particularly true for the prize of highly migratory species. There's additional requirement for cooperation and conservation in Article 64. These are mostly the high-end apex tuna, which are so valuable. Now, the Indian Ocean is subject to a number of RFMOs, and principal among them is the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. And China, of course, is a party. But these RFMO, and in the case of the IOTC, it covers all of the Indian Ocean. But some of these RFMOs are limited in their geographic expanse, as well as, for example, in the case of the IOTC, it's only focused on one sea. So these are the gaps that must be filled, and the coastal states that have a particular interest in these stocks, in my view, could lead the way in doing so. For example, here's what we see with Chinese squid fishing off the coast of Oman. And you can imagine what this is doing to decimate the stocks inside the zone, even if the vessels stay outside of 200 nautical miles, which has been a problem halfway around the world in the EEZ of Ecuador, off the Galapagos Islands. It's the exact same methodology employed by these massive Chinese fishing fleets, and sometimes the fleets, some of the boats turn off their AIS transmitter and then they go inside 200. This has created a high level of tension between China and Ecuador, a diplomatic issue. The Law of the Sea Convention has two implementing agreements. The first is on deep seabed mining. The second is the UN Fish Stocks Agreement of 1995. And this agreement, which China is also a party, seeks to make the EEZ and the high seas regimes compatible because it's a single biological unit. The UN Fish Stocks Agreement was negotiated because the parties realized that the Law of the Sea Convention itself was not adequate to control the high seas fish stocks and the declining stocks. So the UN Fish Stocks Agreement brings in two major innovations. The first is the precautionary approach, which says that we should not do anything without understanding the full or broader implications of it, including access to the stocks. And then importantly, it instituted the ecosystem-based approach to management, which treats the stock as a single biological unit and further places it within the trophic food chain so that we care just as much about the organisms at the bottom of the food chain, such as, or in the middle, such as krill, for example, as we do at the top of the food chain, such as marine mammals and whales. It also reiterated flag state responsibilities, and my view is that the coastal states should do more to hold the flag states responsible. States are not allowed to just say that their vessels are out there fishing, lack control over them. Rather, the flag states have an affirmative duty to maintain control and to monitor their vessels and ensure that they're complying with coastal state laws, the Law of the Sea Convention, the UN Fish Stocks Agreement, and the RFMO. Even high seas fishing beyond the EEZ is subject to the Fish Stocks Agreement, and it says that it can only be done under the RFMOs. And so fishing states shall become members of the RFMO. They should apply the same measures as the RFMO, and only those states with a, quote, real interest in the RFMO may join it. So only members may fish, and in order to join, you have to have a real interest. Of course, this is a rather ambiguous standard. The Fish Stocks Agreement recognizes that the parties to it exercise jurisdiction over vessels of other states that are members of the Fish Stocks Agreement, as well as member states of the RFMO, in addition to stateless vessels. Because of political concerns, of course, coastal states are reluctant to exercise jurisdiction beyond the 200-mile EEZ, yet they have a legal basis for doing so. So non-members of an RFMO are not discharged from their obligation to cooperate. They have to apply the same measures as the RFMO states. Furthermore, RFMO states shall take measures consistent with international law to deter vessels of third parties from IUU fishing. The RFMO and Fish Stocks Agreement can even be enforced against member flag states, and action taken against non-members shall be proportional to the seriousness of the violation, which would be the amount of fish that is caught outside of the RFMO would be some standard of the seriousness of the violation, and action as may be appropriate, which is of course another ambiguous standard that may be taken in stateless vessels. But if a vessel is stateless, it may be assimilated into the jurisdiction of the intercepting state. What if the master of the ship declines boarding under the Fish Stocks Agreement? Then the intercepting state should contact the flag state and you insist that the flag state deal directly with the master of the vessel. If the master of the vessel still does not comply, then the intercepting state can suspend the vessel's authorization to fish in order for the vessel to return immediately to the port. So, of course, this raises the political profile or may even generate an incident. But the problem with these issues is that by doing nothing, you simply sanction the IUU fishing and encourage further problems down the road. So how can states fulfill the duty to cooperate, exercising flag state control, which is also a requirement under the Food and Agricultural Organization's Fishing Compliance Agreement, as well as fulfilling their good faith obligation in Article 300 of the Law of the Sea Convention. Finally, in conclusion, I'd like to offer 3 ways to increase cooperation to fulfill the spatial or gaps in RFMOs and the gaps in species for many of the single stock or single species RFMOs. The first is that we can do more to collect and share data among flag states, coastal states, and port states. And port state control measures is a relatively new and powerful tool in this regard. This means greater electronic monitoring through AIS and vessel monitoring services, and also track and trace of catch. And the technology is becoming such that we can tag individual fish and track it from when it's taken out of the water to when it gets to market. Some 30% of the fish that's sold in the United States under DNA tests is believed to be mislabeled. And so track and trace the individual fish will help that. The Indian Ocean supplies about 14% of the world's captured fisheries. And so crowding out the local and the artisanal and the Dow fishing is a major problem. The second major set of ways to increase cooperation is to adopt conservation and management measures that are across RFMOs and consistent with the rules of EEZs. This again, we return to the 2 major innovations of the UN Fish Stocks Agreement: the precautionary approach, in which coastal states can insist that all countries, including distant water fishing nations, not take fish out of the water unless we're certain of what are the long-term implications of that. And secondly, the ecosystem-based approach for managing the fish stock, in which we're looking not just at a single species or the tuna or apex predators, but rather the entire constellation of species that exist in the water column. Finally, something that's completely underutilized is leveraging marine environmental law. And this includes the imposition of environmental impact assessments on fishing as a problem that imposes costs on the marine environment. And so this is something that, in my view, coastal states should be more active in. Finally, the member states of the International Maritime Organization may propose certain areas to be considered particularly sensitive sea areas, or PSSAs. And these are areas such as the Baltic Sea or the Great Barrier Reef, which have special characteristics or create special vulnerabilities. And these include social vulnerabilities, as we see in the Indian Ocean with subsistence fishing. So I would suggest that the member states can collectively, the IO-ridden states can collectively propose creation of one or more PSSAs that extend beyond their EEZs in order to protect a unique ecosystem. And particularly sensitive sea areas are accompanied by APMs, Associated Protective Measures. And many of these measures can apply to protecting stocks, such as only permitting artisanal or indigenous or local or subsistence fishing, such as the PSSA that the United States has around the Northwest Hawaiian Islands. It does not allow fishing except for those subsistence or indigenous based fishing. And so this can be styled in the Indian Ocean to preserve fishing only for the artisanal or the dhow boats like we see here that are not creating a problem. So with that, I very much look forward to your thoughts and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take the questions only after the second speaker. Thank you so much. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Paul Musli Bambua.
Let me take this opportunity to moderator of Chief of Naval Staff and the college for this opportunity to come and share with you my views on a very important topic. I'll just take from Professor Koshka's left, and also would like to echo what the previous speakers spoke about. I only have 10 minutes, so I would try to summarize as much as possible, just highlighting the key features on this topic which I'm to present. We did hear that we are dealing with an expanded concept of security, and we are dealing with non-traditional security threats, which are non-military, non-transnational, which are posed by non-state actors. Some of them emanate from human actions and others from natural catastrophes. So the question I think we have to deal with is whether we do have the necessary policy framework, legislative framework, and institutional framework in the IOI to deal with this kind of threats. I think that is the main question. And I think by the time we end the discussion, we should be able to talk about at least one or two key solutions. And I heard one of the speakers talk about low-lying fruits. So the approach I've taken is just to focus on the legislative framework. Professor Kraska spoken at length about the IUU, but I think we heard that there are quite a number of these non-traditional threats which we are dealing with. And if you allow me, I'll quickly skip some of the slides. That is the kind of outline I prepared, that I wanted to look at the historical context. There's no time to look at that. The concept of security is no time to look at that, but I think we have agreed that we are dealing indeed with an expanded concept when we're talking about the safety of the environment in which the human race lives, and the nature of these non-traditional security threats, which I've already mentioned, non-military, transnational, posed by non-state actors. Some emanate from human actions, mainly the population in which we live, and others arise from natural catastrophes. I'll skip that, skip that, skip that. Now, this is I think what I prepared just to test some of these non-traditional threats. And I think you can see and what needs to be done. I just picked a few conventions, and as Professor Kraska said, the starting point when we discuss issues maritime is the law of the sea convention 1982. And what has happened is that it's so agreed that that convention has its own limitations. And what states practice has been is to try and come up with agreements and other conventions to try and fill the gaps. And therefore, when it comes to the maritime domain, those conventions become very important because they not only address those gaps you find in the Constitution of the Oceans, the Law of the Sea Convention, but it also give an environment where the member states can actually implement these conventions. Now, if you look at the IUU fishing, we have to, I just picked on the agreement on port state measures, but you heard that Professor Kraska also mentioned about the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission is another of these many agreements. When you look at the implementation status, you notice that 15 out of 23 member states are members. We have a gap there. Therefore, when it comes to the harmonization of the legislative frameworks and policy framework, you already see that is a gap. If you go to arms trafficking, you can see that there are 3 conventions. We have the Organized Crime Convention, which is the UN Convention on Organized Crime, ratified by all 23 member states. The protocol signed or acceded by 12 out of 23. And then you have the Arms Trade Treaty, all the IOI members are signatories. But then you move to the recommended action and you notice that although most of them, of course, have signed, when it comes to the implementation, actually, they're not up to date. And that is where the problem is. They do ratify the treaties, they do sign the treaties, but when you go to the domestic legislation, they get violence, and that is one of the biggest problems we're facing. So when it comes to the way forward, one of the things we must target is implementation measures, harmonizing the legislative frameworks. Now, if you go to drug trafficking, you can see that we have the single convention, 18 out of 23. We have the convention on psychotropic substances, all members are parties. We have narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, all members are parties. governance. But again, when you go to the column on implementation, you find that there's variance in the way the states have implemented these conventions. And again, that is another area which we can focus on as a low-lying fruit, so that we can get those states which have not signed to ratify and then ensure that this is implementation of these conventions. Human trafficking, you have the Convention on Organized Crime, all of them are signed. Illegal dumping, the London Convention, interesting, this one is 1972. And you can see only 9 states have signed, and this is where we need to do much more. Of course, the illegal dumping has been mentioned as one of the reasons, one of the causes of this crisis. So not much, as we discussed about this, much of the literature you get is about and private effort. I mean, by private agencies, research has been undertaken, and you find that even that research on marine data doesn't talk about implementation of solutions. It just assesses the status and doesn't come up with a lot needs to be done in the area of implementing the London Convention. Maritime terrorism, the SOA Convention has been accepted globally as one of the most viable conventions. But interestingly, only 4 members of the IORA have signed. Like in the country Kenya where I come from, we have not even signed, but when you come to the Domestic Legislation, the Maritime Shipping Act, we have implemented some of the provisions of this convention, which is very interesting. So I think we need to do a lot more, because this maritime terrorism has become one of the areas of concern in the Indian Ocean region. And you find that the SOA Convention, by its very nature, addresses some of these threats sufficiently. And of course, it does cure the Article 101 of the Law of the Sea Convention, which is a very limited definition of piracy. So the SOA Convention is an important convention when it comes to dealing with maritime terrorism. Climate change, we do have a UN convention, a framework convention on climate change. All the members are state parties, or IRA are state parties, but we have not done much. And this, it has been noted that this is one of the greatest threats we have. And I think the previous speakers have already said much. How well prepared are we at a policy level, at a legislative level, and at institutional level to cope with the threats of climate change? And what needs to be done in that area? And we have the Kyoto Protocol signed by all other member states, which we need to look at the levels of implementation. And then the last one which I noted, I think has also been the question of disputes of maritime boundaries, which can actually spark hostilities and stabilize the region. I think that is another of the many threats which I think we need to note. Now, the question in terms of the way forward, having said that, is one, how well prepared our navies to cope with these non-traditional threats? That's the first question I asked myself. And the second question I asked myself is, does it mean that we have to retrain the navies so that we do less of the conventional roles which the Navy has always undertaken and more of the maritime enforcement laws? And if that is what is going to happen, then I think we have to look at the various states of the states which are members of this as an association, because some of them do not have coast guards, others have not have well-developed navies, and therefore there is need for those nations within the association which are ready to, and I think India has done a lot in this area, to try and, because as we always say, the chain is as strong as its weakest link. And therefore, in terms of security, maritime security, it is those states which are exposed and which are vulnerable, which give the greatest threat to this region. And therefore, more and more attention will have to be paid to those states which are vulnerable and which have those weak weaknesses in their legislative, institutional, and policy frameworks. And more attention and resources should be directed there. As to whether how far we should train, I think that's another question for discussion, but I think personally, if you were to ask me, I would say going forward, the modern Navy will have to focus more and more on paying attention to these non-traditional threats, more and more on law enforcement roles, rather than the traditional roles of the Navy as we know. The policy makers will have to do a little bit more in terms of first availing the necessary resources to the navies and those other actors in terms of financial resources, because these field operations require finances. And if you go by the strict budget, you'll find that it's very, very difficult to cope with this kind of threats. So I think policymakers have also a role to play. And we also need to, I know a while ago I participated in a team, we call a panel of legal experts. I remember coming to India to participate in one of the sessions, but I don't know what happened after that. But according to me, I think we need that panel back in action to look at these conventions, look at the levels of implementation of these conventions, and then see which countries can be assisted in terms of making sure that they are at par. Because if some of them have not fully implemented the conventions, I think it will become very difficult as an association to achieve the kind of results we need to achieve, given the transnational nature of these threats which call for cooperation. I think my time is up. Violated what I thought would be important. I'll be ready to engage in further discussions. Thank you.
The two speakers in this panel. The first one was focusing on IUE fishing and what are all the duties cast upon when the fishing is at as well as IC, and these things are highlighted. Then a loophole in establishing the scope of RMF with regard to a particular species may not be a great idea. I think this was the Kraska's viewpoint. He says that it is not tuna alone. Maybe you have to look into squid also. Some other species also can be added within the IOTC. And the UN fish stock agreements, he preferred the approach would be a precautionary approach that needs to follow. And he insisted that Flag State has a duty to monitor the vessels on in regard to fishing. And it is only the real interested parties alone should be there in RFMO, and other parties need not be there. And finally, we concluded that there are 3 point conclusion. One is that the states can collect, share data among flag and coastal and coastal in the region. Conservation measures across RFMOs. And finally, with regard to the environmental issues, and we wanted that the environmental impact assessment also to be put in place, and special interest of artisanal fisheries and the fishermen, because it's all livelihood related, there must be some protection that should be given. This is the first speaker to summarize what he has said. And a second speaker, and
he focuses on the collective capacity building to counter the non-traditional threats, and where primarily the policy issues and legislative framework and institutional framework, these things are very important. So he mentioned that there are many already existing conventions like FAO agreements, then agreement on organized crime, firearms convention, arms trade treaty, drug trafficking, then convention, human trafficking convention, so on and so forth. He mentioned, graphically what are all the conventions, and he has multiple things there. The state should first become parties to this. Those who become parties to that, they may try to enforce it wholeheartedly. And he said that the maritime enforcement class that needs to be fully operationalized. And that is the thing he has suggested as way forward. Now the floor is open for question. And you may ask question by referring to which speaker you are really giving a particular question. There are 2 hands on the last floor.
Thank you for the great presentation. I'm Dr. Shalim from the English Navy. My question for the Dr. Paul, you see, thank you very much for the what action that we have to do during the, especially for the LAC. So my question is, there's an action for the regulation. What about in operational level? I mean, in terms because during the peacetime and when the escalation is high, is different. That's like what we have to share with another state in our region. What kind of operation, something like we have to check our design of operation. We have to check our communication in terms of pace and then high of escalation is high. Thank you very much.
The last call, there was another guy. Will you please give the microphone?
Sir, I'm Colonel Sandeep Sharma. My question is for Professor James Kraska. So you highlighted the unregulated fishing activities by the Chinese vessels. However, the non-traditional threats posed by China in the Indo-Pacific transcend beyond illegal fishing to include environmental destruction, illegal reclamation, privatization of seas and other illegal maritime activities with complete disregard to UNCLOS, rule-based orders or even the legal orders against it by the international legal bodies such as PCA. However, due to the disproportionate economic and military might of China, affected states are not able to exercise the existing laws due to fear of confrontation and conflict. While we can continue to make laws in regional forums, how do we deal with such nation states collectively which counter laws with lawfare and continue to disregard such laws or EIAs or PSSAs as suggested by you?
Then 2 more questions we take, or first we get answers. Yeah. Now, this is the one question, and this all has to answer. The second question is Professor Kraska. Now, let me give the floor to Bob.
That I understood the question. I did answer the wrong second. But if I understood you correctly, of the role of the Navy during peacetime, as I listened to your question. And to me, the question I posed about reorientating the Navy, the training, that you find that most of these non-traditional threats about fall within the spectrum of maritime law enforcement, which is actually an operation during peacetime, and not more about war, as we understand it. And therefore, when it comes to allocating resources, we need to rethink at the policy level whether we need them to reorientate the functions of the Navy so that they are more and more involved in law enforcement. For those states where there is the Armed Coast Guard, of course, it means collaborating, and I'm aware that the UNDC has programs where they have been training some in this region, prosecutors and law enforcement agencies, officials, law enforcement agencies, the Navy, the Coast Guard, and so forth. And to me, that is the approach we need to take. That we don't actually only act when there's a crisis. We start preparing and building capacity in good time, because these are things which are inevitable in the sense that we cannot predict how climate change is going to affect our lives. And we are definitely sure that there will be a crisis. So the best thing is to reach our training so that we prepare for that which we know might happen, but we don't know when it will happen. Of course, we will also go for resources. That is why I talked about policy. The policy makers must, of course, prepare for those kinds and allocate resources accordingly. So going forward, as I said, I think we need to look at the kind of Navy we need to have, not the traditional Navy which is focused. If I didn't answer the question, I think I'm ready to take it again. Sorry.
Thank you. And now the floor is given to Professor Krasna. Krasna.
Thank you, Professor Gandhi. The question is a great question. My bottom line is that states will have to develop not just the capacity that my co-panelists mentioned, but they will also have to strengthen the will. And the longer that they wait, the harder it will be to confront states that are not complying with the international rules. So we are involved in the international space in a struggle for power, which we're all familiar with from political realism. And the same also applies to we are involved in a struggle for law, a struggle to shape and influence and ensure compliance with the law. The one thing that is underutilized, in my view, is reaching out. Some states have to, with different issues, be the first to act and share their concerns more broadly, both in a bilateral way with like-minded states, such as Indian Ocean states among themselves, and also in multilateral fora, such as the Food and Agricultural Organization, the International Maritime Organization, indeed in the UN General Assembly, which releases an annual oceans report every year. Of course, China in particular will use all of its economic and political levers and influence to try to block or resist these types of activities, but there is no other way. Things will continue to get worse because what we have done is not working. So it's true in the South Pacific, Eastern Pacific, off the coast of South America. It's true in South China Sea, and it's true in the Indian Ocean, and actually elsewhere. That what states have been doing to try to avoid conflict or tension, that's not been working. And therefore, something else has to be done or things will get worse. So ultimately, states are going to be stronger if they act together. And I think that states that lead this process will find that there are other like-minded states that are also supporting you. But of course, this is a very difficult thing, very difficult thing to do. It will not be easy. Thank you.
Another two questions. And thank you, sir, Captain Parmar, National Maritime Foundation. My question is to Dr. Rangua. I quite like your table, but trying to get IORA to force nations to come on board conventions is an impossible task. That's something we need to relook. Having said that, and since Professor Kraska mentioned IU fishing, IORA has got a number of focus areas. Fisheries management is one. And if we look at the first PSLA which you mentioned, and there are 73 nations on board, which is half the number of nations on board UNCLOS. Let's say we engage in IORA under fisheries management, a dialogue keeping in view the relevant articles of UNCLOS. Perhaps we may have a solution going for IUU fishing. So that's at the policy and the political level. But to enforce it on ground, you need some sort of a cooperative mechanism where perhaps IONS can fetch it. So your remarks on this, that rather than ask nations or IORA as a body to force nations to come on board, use the IORA platform with the focus areas to engage in meaningful dialogue and come to a solution. I'd like the views of both the panelists on this. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Captain Shomajit Mohanty, Director, Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean Region. My question is to Professor James Kraska. This is with regard to your suggestions and recommendations of empowering the RFMOs. So, two questions. The first question being, should all regional fisheries bodies have regulatory powers like the IOTC has, but the Bay of Bengal program is in an advisory capacity? And the second is, like we are monitoring the IUU fishing interdictions or incidents, they are largely limited to the coastal areas and hardly any IUU fishing incidents are recorded in high seas. So is the regulatory powers enough or something more has to be done for the law enforcement in the high seas? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Uday Bhaskar. I have a question for both professors, Professor Wangua and Professor Kraska, which is China related. That many of the issues we are talking about, the contribution of China, whether it is illegal fishing, or for instance, pollution and the dumping of plastic. China is the world's largest producer of plastics. Is there any recent study that actually collects all the data to say that over the last decade, these have been the activities of China, which would amount to transgressions, whether it's of acts, law, etc. If it is not available, and since governments may have sensitivities in pointing the finger at China's transgressions, can universities, think tanks, or any other institution actually embark on this exercise? Because Professor Kraska, one of your slides where you said that in one school, Chinese trawlers pick up more catch than what the traditional fishermen do in a year, as far as the IOR is concerned. I mean, this is very stark, but this needs to be sustained, and I think every member of the IOR can then be encouraged to document Chinese activities that are causing harm, whether it is the health of the ocean or to the livelihood and other issues that we discussed in the sessions. Thank you.
Professor,
yes, I agree with the proposal that because of the sensitive nature, that is an exercise which can be undertaken by the academy, private entities. And we cannot solve the problem unless we document it. That's a fact. We need to have data and information on the levels of pollution and the contributors. We need to have that because we cannot address that problem unless we have the data information. I think the question is how we go about collecting the data and the information. I think the safest place to do it is the academy because there's sufficient freedom there without pointing finger. Everybody just to say this is what we research that this is found, and this is the way we propose it should be addressed in terms of getting the offenders to account and stop it. So I agree entirely. It's not an exercise which can be undertaken by one official's state machinery against the other. I think, of course, it will spark politics. It's something which can be done in the academy or by private associations. I know, for example, when it comes to the sustained marine litter, we have a lot of research which has been undertaken by the Western Indian Ocean Marine Association. Maybe they need to focus on that and give us the necessary data and information.
The floor is given to Professor Krasner. Professor Krasner.
Thank you, Professor Gandhi. Great questions. I'll just try to briefly address them. Thank you, Captain Parmar. I very much agree that IORA and Indian Ocean Naval Symposium will be two great multilateral venues for trying to address these problems. And of course, there's always the question of who is going to step out and exercise leadership. And every state is looking to another state in order to bear those costs, because of course there are going to be costs of doing so. So there's lots of candidates to go around in any state and be first. My view is that once a state steps forward, other states then will tend to follow. This is true, for example, in the South China Sea with the Philippines. So smaller states might be looking to India, that is a much more powerful state. On the other hand, even small island developing states that have perhaps even more at risk from some of these activities could be leaders. And there are examples of very small nations being leaders. I would underscore, for example, Singapore. Singapore has an extremely influential, powerful role in the International Maritime Organization. And I think that the small island development states, particularly when they work together, can be a very effective bloc. And I would suggest that for the second question, what we are doing with Arc and Nose are just one brick in the wall. And we're building the wall brick by brick, and that it's in everyone's interest, and in particular the Indian Ocean states, to develop an interlocking, using all of these institutions and sets of rules or conventions, to develop an interlocking system that makes it more and more difficult. Because we know that ships that are engaged in IE fishing, for example, are more likely to not meet environmental standards. They're more likely to fall short on labor standards, and even be involved in criminal activity such as drug trafficking or smuggling. So I think that that's the best approach. There's not one simple solution. It's just the hard work of developing these out slowly. It's especially important, though, the second questioner mentioned that there's not really any violations beyond the exclusive economic zone. And that's where I think we should take another look. Because of the authorities that I mentioned, remember that the coastal states have an interest in managing stocks beyond the 200-mile DEZ. And so I think in the Indian Ocean and other areas, coastal states have given a pass to distant water fishing nations. And that these nations now should be taken into account, because we understand that the resource is threatened. Finally, the last question, thank you very much for the question. First of all, it's important to understand that about 80% of marine pollution is land-based. China, by far, is the world's worst polluter for plastic in the oceans. I will have to credit China with banning the use of plastic bags, which was a welcome and progressive development. But 80% comes from land-based sources. I think the way to approach the problem of marine pollution and IUU fishing is what was alluded to by the question, and what I also suggested, which is documentation, data sharing, collecting and sharing data widely. And some of this can generate its own value through naming and shaming, even if there's not a specific request that's made. And when one state shares data, it says that there's a particular flag state that is imposing costs on the community, then other states are also more willing to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have two suggestions, one from Paul and the second from Professor Kraska. And Kraska, the suggestion is about collecting and sharing data. That is the first important step. And on IUU fishing, whatever so far the state of affairs in the Indian Ocean is concerned, graphic details he has shared with us. Maybe it is the now states to take on that. And there are very good questions that some area we don't have data. No, we have to work on that. And as far as the parts presentation is concerned, and it was mentioning about there are a lot of existing international instruments to which states should become party. If they become party, where enforcement is a problem, and enforcement must be mutual cooperation in the I think these two things are emerged very clearly from this session. Thank you so much for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, sir, for conducting that session so smoothly. I also thank the speakers, Professor James Kraska and Dr. Paul Musli-Wangua, for generating good discussions and giving some valuable suggestions. This is an area, as we all know, which requires much more synergy and cooperation than any other in handling non-traditional threats in the IIR. As a token of our appreciation, may I request Vice Admiral Hari Kumar, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command, to please come up on stage and present conclave mementos to the panelists. Professor Kraska, the college will ensure that the memento reaches you at Newport very soon. I call upon Dr. Paul Musli-Wangua. Professor Manimuthu Gandhi. Thank you, sir. May I request you to kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the third and concluding session of the day on the topic, leveraging collective maritime competencies to counter emerging non-traditional threats. The three panelists for this session are Vice Admiral G. Ashok Kumar, Admiral Ravindra C. Vijaygunaratne from Sri Lanka, and Rear Admiral S.Y. Srikhande. The moderator for this session will be Rear Admiral S.Y. Srikhande. I request the three panelists to please come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Rear Admiral Srikhande retired from the Indian Navy in 2016 after almost 4 decades of distinguished service, during which he held many important command and staff appointments. Post-retirement, he continues his intellectual journey and is an adjunct faculty at the Naval War College, Goa and Takshashila Institute, Bengaluru. May I request Admiral Shikande to please take over in Kannada.
Good afternoon, everyone. CNS, CNC's Heads of Maritime Services present here and virtually, distinguished guests, other panelists, my panel here, and the Naval War College faculty and student officers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege for me to introduce in a short while the two very experienced and distinguished speakers who will share their thoughts on areas to be regionally addressed as far as non-traditional security threats are concerned. For this final session, let me begin, however, by taking a contrarian view. This contrarian view does not argue against a very important task before us that have been discussed already and will be discussed here, but about the contradictions of non-traditional security threats. My central argument is that if not all such threats are actually very traditional, as pointed out about piracy by Admiral Arun Prakash, and the term, although in vogue in scholarly circles for just about 2 decades, is actually inaccurate and unhelpful. The reasons for suggesting this contrarian view are, first, what we now call non-traditional security threats are very much traditional almost throughout recorded history. Second, there are fundamental problems that hinder formulation of strategic and operational responses if new terms are mistaken for new problems to be solved. The more traditional terms used by armed forces for various contingencies and missions such as benign, constabulary, HADR, low-intensity conflicts, and even aid to civil power as used by the army are time-tested and sufficient. Third, it degrades the value of history, which is the only evidence we have. The future provides us no evidence, but history can inform strategy. Thus, by recognizing that NDSTs are in fact very much traditional, a whole of government and international approaches to strategic planning would enable operational execution and better national or regional global outcomes, depending on the context of developing or likely threats using the experience of the past. However, scholars probably not familiar with existing military doctrinal terminology began to create distinctions between traditionality of wars and major conflicts and created the NTST distinction in the process. Some academics have defined NTST as follows. Non-traditional security issues are challenges to the survival and well-being of peoples and states that arise primarily out of non-military sources, such as climate change, resources scarcity, infectious diseases, natural disasters, food shortages, people smuggling, drug trafficking, and transnational crime. These dangers are often transnational in scope, defying unilateral remedies and requiring comprehensive political, economic, social responses, as well as humanitarian use of military force. Unquote. At first blush, there seems to be enough logic to this usage, but there are deeper issues of why the prefix non-traditional would be unhelpful. First off, piracy. Piracy is at least 3,000 years old, predating the appearance and navies of the Mycenaean period of ancient Greece. In fact, as Admiral Prakash said, for these early pirates, it was navies that had become non-traditional threats, because there was no tradition of navies before piracy. Navies were first made to fight pirates and protect trade. The way in which we cooperate internationally and regionally against piracy began a couple of centuries back, if not earlier. How can the reason and countermeasures be non-traditional principally, although they would be differ in context? Consider climate change. Even if we ignore the prehistoric ice ages, climate change and cataclysmic climatic events have been part of human history and hence traditional. It is said that 536 Common Era was the worst year to be alive due to a likely volcanic explosion in Iceland or somewhere in North America that created almost something like a nuclear winter. The misery lasted several years and is estimated to have killed a quarter of the world's population due to famine, the Justinian plague, and the sheer fall in global temperatures. Professor Kraska, who just presented a paper on a different theme, provided two interesting reflections on the connection between piracy and climate change, both during 800 to 1220 Common Era warming period and the 1300 to 1850 Common Era, which is called Little Ice Age, not really that long time ago. The warming turned the Vikings to piracy and conquest, reaching into the British Isles, Iceland, and perhaps even into North America. The so-called Little Ice Age that followed resulted in a renewed loss of livelihoods and pressures for the Vikings and other northern tribes to move further south into Europe. And of course, they often had to fight navies they encountered. Consider water wars. Water as a cause for future conflict and as a humanitarian crisis is very much a possibility. It has been a security issue for almost all of human history. Water was used as a weapon by flooding, damming, poisoning, for example, or as an objective for agriculture and access. Research into the chronology of water wars actually reaches back into the Lagash-Huma border dispute of 2500 BCE. In present times, Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt are embroiled at the operationalization of the Renaissance Dam of Blue Nile. Consider food security and conflict. During the Peloponnesian War from 431 to 404 BCE, which is studied here at the Naval War College for its enduring lessons, the need for grain to stave off hunger in Athens led to the failed attempt at large-scale expeditionary warfare all the way to Sicily. In the First World War, Germany's stratagem to bring Turkey as an ally against Russia closed the Black Sea to Russian exports of grain almost completely. To ease its food scarcity, hampered as it was by Germany's U-boat campaign in the North Atlantic, Britain embarked on its disastrously managed Dardanelles campaign in 1915. It was not the only attraction for the decision, but an important one. Similarly, during the Second World War, Hitler's desire for Lebensraum or living room in Russia's vastness was for resources, which included food, of course. In 1971, the need to feed 10 million refugees escaping Pakistani terror and genocide in the then East Pakistan was becoming a very difficult matter for the Indian government, which would primarily be addressed by helping the liberation of Bangladesh from Pakistan. Like water wars, therefore, food wars are also most traditional and they should not be considered non-traditional threats. Next, human trafficking and slavery. Slavery has been a very traditional crime against humanity for millennia. Until nations and navies started fighting, instead of abetting and supporting intercontinental slave trade, its very organized, state-supported or accepted existence on land made it a global atrocity. Today, human trafficking mimics some important aspects of slavery. Its volumes, routes, methods, or details that the victims often pay for being trafficked are matters of context and detail. The underlying elements, however, are very traditional. Contraband trade also is age-old, and today narcotics in the Indian Ocean region are becoming a pan-regional concern. And one can be sure that the leaders of maritime services here are all concerned about it. Finally, pandemics, which have occurred during peace and war, have killed political leaders, generals, citizens, and soldiers. They have devastated populations. They have spread from human and animal carriers and vectors provided by nature and transportation, from camel caravans to sailing ships to a world connected by hundreds of airlines. COVID-19 itself is the fifth pandemic within the first 20 years of our century, albeit the most severe and virulently global. And we are not even counting the ongoing HIV pandemic. So, shouldn't the world experiencing its fifth pandemic in the last 2 decades be less strategically surprised? Wasn't the world, with a few exceptions, not looking at or aware of the lessons of history? Did the traditionality of the threat get subsumed in the emphasis on jargon like NTST? All these are difficult to establish, but the price to be paid for inadequate examination of history is often the inadequacy or absence of strategic planning against what may come in future. Militaries, of course, also love to blindly create or adapt jargon. Errors of terminology can lead governments and defense leadership to think that something fundamentally new may be happening when it might not be so.
For example, almost all warfare has been hybrid warfare, with the timelines generally present and effective in different measures. Chanakya and Sun Tzu certainly and advocated merits of hybrid warfare. Likewise, gray zone warfare is age-old and not something that only quote-unquote bad guys use, as has been conjured in the West and absorbed in India as well. It was an option for all and always has been so. As my friend, the Australian Admiral Goldrick cautions, there are good, and I quote, there are good reasons why this unthinking application of jargon must stop. First, non-traditional implies something new. Adopting the label too often means that the historical record is not consulted. Importantly, the voice of experience is ignored and the mistakes of the past are all too often repeated. Unquote. And I may add that the past is as such tradition. Historical understanding by planners and executors of strategy are vital. This is no armchair exercise or hobby. Whether we consider the confused categorization of traditional or non-traditional security threats, the dangers of not evaluating the evidence of history can be very real. As pointed out by Stoker and Whiteside, and I quote, when new terms appear, and they will, they must be tested against history and existing theory. Most new so-called classifications of war would be instantly killed if properly examined through these lenses. So, are there exceptions to traditional threats? Only a few threats that could arguably be called non-traditional would perhaps be those from space. One of these could be a solar storm or coronal mass ejection of the type or more severe than the one experienced last in September 1859. Warning time expected for this would be usually less than a day, and if severe action to shut down power grids, land or aircraft, shut down most communications, go into electrical and electronic bunkers, the world may experience loss of life, trillions of dollars, and perhaps months and years of severe economic disruptions. Yet, some of the preventive measures like going into communication, electrical, electronic, and transportation lockdown in the 15 to 20 hours warning available would be possible only if individual governments have plans for this and there is global cooperative work being done for countermeasures. Second conceivable non-traditional threat could be the Earth's collision with a large asteroid or a comet, as perhaps happened 65 million years ago, ending the dinosaur age. But I suspect we'll get enough time to at least, await that threat. The third threat, so far only in the realm of science fiction and film fantasy, would be an attack on Earth by some alien race from outside the galaxy. I mention these only to underscore the point about not thinking of any of the earlier threats we have so far discussed, and this morning as well, as non-traditional, so that we are then able to leverage lessons from history and our own experience for better regional strategies to counter these. I've taken a bit longer to rock the boat of thought, but I won't use up any time later, because the theme of this conclave is NTST, and I submit that we really consider abandoning jargon and recognizing the traditionality of these threats and leverage history and experience to inform the unfolding future. With that, I turn over to Vice Admiral Ashok Kumar to share his thoughts on developing a collaborative framework to mitigate emerging non-traditional threats. You're familiar with his bio and the vast experience he brings from sea, as well as having been both ECNS and BCNS until very recently. He shares his thoughts on developing a collaborative training framework to mitigate non-traditional threats. I have great pleasure also in requesting Admiral Ravindra Vijay after that, former CDS and commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, to speak on how to coalesce existing maritime competencies for collective capacity enhancement against non-traditional security threats. And I use that term because that is a theme, and it is in common currency these days. But I would suggest not calling it that. You have seen his tremendous bio, but I would reiterate that he is a highly decorated officer and has much pioneering work to his credit throughout his long and distinguished career. So, over to you.
Chief of Naval Staff, visiting dignitaries from GMC countries, NSCC faculty and participants. It's an honor for me to be here addressing this august audience on collaborative training to address non-traditional threats. I'll stick to the phrase non-traditional threat despite my moderate having split it into pieces. But having said that, non-traditional threats is something that we do not give the importance that it actually deserves. Why I say this is because we as naval officers, I'm not a naval officer anymore, but as naval officers, we are quite often focused on training for combat, which is our primary task. Whereas when it comes to training for non-traditional threats, I don't think we pay that much of an attention as we give it to the combat training. And also, more than enough naval officers do see that roles such as constabulary or benign or diplomatic are often a distraction from our main aim of training for combat. So this is one thing that you have got to keep in mind, that we go through long periods of peace and just punctuated by short periods of war, which is the reality. And it is this long period of peace in which non-traditional threats are the ones which keep you occupied 24/7, 365 days a year. Now, why are non-traditional important? I think enough speakers before me have covered this. The core national interest, economic well-being of its people will always remain a core national interest and in the agenda of every government, irrespective of what kind of government. It is also there in our own constitution as well. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the annual report of 2019 says 80% of international trade by volume and 70% by value, and also 3,169 million tons of tanker traffic is through seas. So there is a dominant role that international trade plays in that first point of the core national interest. And maritime security is what will ensure that. Now, what are the major ever-existing and day-to-day threat? It is the non-traditional threats. Let's quickly look into the nature of non-traditional threats. While the conventional threats are, uniformed, recognizable, non-traditional threats are not. And also, this was again mentioned by a number of speakers, it's transnational in character. And because of which the response will always have to be multinational in nature. Now, there are enough and more collaborative efforts in addressing non-traditional threats across the world. Why is that so? Because when it comes to traditional threats, in case you want to collaborate, it has got to be through military alliances. And that can always be a political minefield. Whereas non-traditional threats are non-controversial and simpler to do. And it's also the order of the day. You had the US CNO in 2000, Mike Mellon, who mentioned a 2,000 ship Navy proposal, which is essentially all the navies combining together and collaborating to fight the sub-conventional threats or the non-traditional threats. If you look at the Arabian Sea, the Western Arabian Sea, you got the combined maritime forces, you got the UK MTO, EU NAVFOR with its components of CT of 150, 151, 152, and Atlanta, and so on and so forth. There are some more. If you look at Malacca Strait and Singapore Straits, you have the Mal Sindo, which is the naval patrol by the three littorals, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore, and also the Ice in the Skies air patrol by Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, which was launched in 2006. RECAP, which is the Regional Cooperation Against Armed Piracy, is across the Indo-Pacific. India is also a member, and this is just collaboration for piracy. Of course, the Coast Guard is the lead agency when it comes to India. The Bay of Bengal Common Security Area Initiative, FOCinC, which was signed in 2019, and the Colombo Security Conclave, the DEFSEC mentioned in his opening address, now has 6 members, all of whom are present here today. Now, and all these also have certain amount of operational interaction exercises in dealing with non-traditional threats. The International Maritime Exercise, which is the NAVCIN index, has got nearly 50 countries participating and 7 international organizations. Curtis Express, conducted by the AFRICOM, has got 13 nations, including India, which has participated in the last two editions of AFRICOM, Exercise Catalyst Express. The IFC Singapore conducts something called the Maritime Information Security Exercise, or the MARISEX. And the IFC IOR is a new entrant into this whole thing, conducts very regular workshops and exercises, including a recent one with the UNODC. And of course, each one of us doing various multilaterals and bilaterals sometimes has components of dealing with non-traditional threats as well. But all I would like to mention here is that the training time that we actually end up spending on dealing with non-traditional threats is not proportional to the amount of deployment that each one of us undertakes in fighting non-traditional threats. Now, as naval officers, I'm sure you all are aware of this. There is an increasing number of non-traditional threats. Again, the DEFSEC brought out what all the Indian Navy actually does, whether it is the Gulf of Aden Patrol, whether it is the FOCinC, and of course our mission-based deployments and so on and so forth. But there are numerous factors at play. Intelligence and information quite often way beyond the maritime zones of the country. Comprehensive maritime domain understanding. I've deliberately put understanding here, not just awareness, but understanding. And that is where the IFC, IOR, and the other regional IFCs and the primarios do a fine job. That's why I've written considerable progress, because we have moved a long way forward in creating these information fusion centers, sharing information, setting up coastal surveillance radar systems, and also white shipping exchange agreements. All of that are helping this. Now, clear understanding of legal position. This I have put it as a condition for success. Quite often we are blissfully unaware when say a unit deploys for a non-traditional threat as to what the legal positions are. And there are numerous other must-knows. If you went in for a drug peddling vessel or a vessel under the suspicion of gun running, what is the kind of SOPs that you must follow? What are the lessons learned of the past? And each of these information in a nation or in the region or internationally, you find are all available in silos. There is no unified structure present. Some of the NSCSs across the world take care of this, and I'm sure many of you have this already. Now, the need for enhanced training. It is because, as I mentioned, 24/7, 365 days, we are continuously deployed for non-traditional threats, and the requirement is only constantly on the rise. Now, what about crew training? Quite often, when it comes to a deployment for a non-traditional threat, like the Gulf of Aden patrol by the Indian Navy, all that we do probably is a VBSS training. Is that alone sufficient? What about when, say, a VBSS team goes on board? There are SPMs, or the ship protection measures, which the merchant ship follows. Is the VBSS team even aware of what he is going to encounter when he boards the ship? Or the best management practices, or the BMP document which comes out and is quite often updated periodically. An understanding of the legal position and requisite knowledge and lessons learned of various such operations that have happened in the past, especially of drug running, arms peddling, and even HADR, which is quite a routine thing that most navies do. Now, what is the current state? Internationally, this training is being handled by agencies and some navies in a combined manner. Since 2010, IMO has supported the Djibouti Code of Conduct, and it's in partnership with the list that I've written here, many of them, including the NATO Maritime Interdiction Ops Training Center, and so on and so forth. Now, they in the last 10 years have conducted 92 courses and trained 1,678 students from 20 countries. You just do a simple math and see, you'll be just a guy from a country per year. So this again is more to do with concentrating on enhanced port security or the maritime domain awareness, how do you gather, and also tabletop exercise to enhance multi-agency synergy in the respective countries. The NATO Maritime Interdiction Ops Center I mentioned, it's located at Greece, in the island of Greece, fully operationalized in 2008, and has got a vision. And the vision is written down there, which is to conduct combined training necessary for NATO forces and partners to better execute surface, subsurface, and aerial surveillance and special operations activities in support of maritime interdiction operations. Now, this again, if you look at their website, these are all posts provided, anybody can subscribe to, the NATO and their partners. It provides generic knowledge to few nominated personnel The French model is through a series of exercises. It happens in our region too, primarily through specific team-focused exercises on piracy, pollution, and drugs. And this is through EU Primario tools, which are available. And also there are a series of training which is conducted in the Gulf of Guinea, because the piracy incidents, in fact, are the highest now across the world. When it comes to ASEAN, we have been fostering cooperation for more than 2 decades now. Initially, we started only with illegal drug trafficking, but of course, then that got opened up to money laundering, maritime terrorism, piracy, and so on and so forth. This led to establishment of a Philippine Center for Combating Transnational Crimes, called the PCTC. And the aim is to formulate and implement a concerted program for action for all the law enforcement, intelligence, and other government agencies. This again is a kind of a concept. The current state, of course, UNODC, I think does a reasonably good job of it. The Global Maritime Crime Program, with its headquarters at Colombo in Sri Lanka, does field-focused training as well. It also deals with a lot of other things, MDA, threats, technology. In fact, in Maldives, even enhancing the communication ranges for police equipment was also done by GMCP. And they also do VPSS training. And there are 2 training centers, one in Sri Lanka, one in Seychelles. And it's a 3 to 4 week training and theory and practicals of maritime law enforcement. Now I come to suggested way. Now there are these various models. Now, each of the GMC countries, in my opinion, have a particular strength. If Indian Navy, Gulf of Aden, or the Off Island Watch I have written here, one of the most successful ones where 119 pirates were arrested and piracy was pushed back to the Gulf of Aden. Or you take the case of Malsindo, where pirates have been fought successfully by Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and now we have with Thailand as well. And so each one has a strength of its own. Drug peddling, Maldives, Mauritius, and Sri Lanka have dealt with a lot. So collaborative training is the ideal way. Now, what is my suggestion? My suggestion is that a Center for Excellence for Non-Traditional Threat, or CFNTT. And now this can dual hat as not only a Center for Excellence, but also as a training center. It can be optimally manned. What I mean by optimally manned is, if it is say for dealing with piracy, the Malabar Recorders of India and any other GMC Navy that wants to be a part of it. Similarly, drug peddling, similarly, any other topic, any Navy which feels that has got the experience could be part of this. Now, the center should constantly remain updated with all the aspects of non-traditional threat and also provide operational training wherever and whenever it's possible. And what are the options for training model? I've got these 3 options. One is that with their vast experience and the knowledge that they would have developed as a Center for Excellence, conduct it over VC. The second option, and VC, because COVID has taught us all, I mean, like Mr. Churchill said, never let a good crisis go waste. So I think VC and the training is something that we all have mastered now. So that's the first option. Second is by deputing mobile training teams. It can be a challenge if there are too many countries. That's why we restricted to the GMC countries and more open it up to IONs. I think it is manageable. Debut ships during the transition cycle. We have a system by which refit ships to ops. There is a 4-month training capsule and workup and so on and so forth. Underwater ranging and things like that. Can't this be a package included in that? Now, whom to train? The options are either the ships, ops and VPSS teams, or train the trainers, and they can take it on for the entire Navy for their respective ships. Now, place and options can be staffed by the way. I've deliberately left the place out. I strongly believe that coaching can be a very good option. With the strength of the flag officer training and all the training establishments being there, it can be a very good place. You can even be Goa, because the naval war. It can also have linkages with IFC IOR and IFC Singapore and Primario and the likes. So, in conclusion, all I would like to say is that the subconventional threats are here to stay. We went through 2611, and I'm sure each of us sitting in the audience as well have been through some or the other subconventional threat attack in your own land. I've put up some other examples. MSC Chitra incident of 2010. There was a merchant vessel which collided in the Mumbai harbour with containers floating all over the place, some floating, some half sunk, some fully sunk. And Mumbai harbour was closed for a couple of weeks. Now, could this be a deliberate action in the future? Or was this a deliberate action in the past? It's something that the Center for Excellence must constantly analyze. Mehran and Zulfikar 2014 attacks, you're all well aware what happened there. Zulfikar, in fact, attack of 2014, there were 5 of them who came in to take over the ship, and the plan was to go and ram warships outside. They were targeting US ships. MV Evergreen in Suez Canal, it happened in 2011. You know what happened to international trade and international economy and what the loss was? Could this be delivered as well in future? Written Hormuz, Gulf of Aden, Bab el-Mandeb, and the Helios ray attack, which happened in March this year. And these are all threats which are a reality way into the future. And sooner we are better trained to handle non-traditional threats, better will be our ability to ensure maritime security for our nations. And I strongly believe collaborative training is the way. Thank you very much.
Under FOCinC, first of all, let me tell that I'm not going to stand in between the long session and lunch. I'll make sure that at the same time, as CNS has invited me and coming all the way from Sri Lanka, if I don't share my knowledge, I think I have not done good for this country. And Admiral Karamveer Singh and Ram Prakash and the Chief of Navies and Chief of Coast Guard of the 20 nations, flag rank officers, distinguished guests, other officers, ladies and gentlemen. My topic is as flashed in the screen. The world heavily depends on the seaborne trade. Its continued existence and allow the country to participate in the global marketplace in high seas. Undoubtedly, the economic and political affairs of Southeast Asia has dominated by sea. Indian Ocean, which covers 20% of the earth, and it ranked the largest water body in the world. Indian Ocean region comprises of 38 littoral states, 24 ocean territories, and 17 land autonomies. Indian Ocean region has emerged as the world's major energy and trade route. I recollect here that what Dr. Ash Carter, U.S. Defense Secretary, U.S. Secretary of Defense, said in 2015 in Shangri-La Dialogue, after visiting the Singapore Strait and Malacca Strait in a P-8 surveillance aircraft with the Singaporean Defense Minister Nat. What he said was, I saw what were the fully laden oil tankers, one after other, moving towards the east, and similarly the empty oil tankers moving in the other direction. That day I realized how much China, Japan, and South Korea depend on the Arabian Gulf oil. It was an eye-opener to me. Gentlemen, please remember 15.2 million barrels of oil transported daily through this sea route. IOR littorals are concerned about the vulnerability in the region due to various non-traditional maritime security threats, such as piracy, maritime terrorism, climate change, IUU fishing, illegal immigration, and smuggling of arms and drugs. As described in the book written by Robert D. Kaplan, Monsoon, the world map is being used in America where the Western Hemisphere located in the center, where the Indian Ocean has almost disappeared. That was very much relevant in 20th century. But in 21st century, the focus has been fundamentally changed. Kaplan has identified few countries as monsoon nations, which include India, Pakistan, China, Indonesia, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Tanzania in the African continent. He explained how these countries to American power and firmly believe that this area will be the winning or losing ground of democracy, energy, independence, and religious freedom. There are currently two main sources of insecurity in the Indian Ocean. First is the instability of some of the littoral and hinterland states. To a certain degree, both sea-based terrorism and maritime violence have threatened the security of the international cities. Moreover, sea-based terrorism can also be aimed against the land targets. Out of non-traditional maritime threats, I am going to focus on drug trafficking today. Drug traffickers have extensively used the sea route to take advantage of incapabilities of coast guards and navies to 100% surveillance. Unless intelligence is very accurate and timely, apprehension of drugs will be a tough task. For example, Sri Lanka fishing fleet consists of 30,470 motorized boats. Out of that, 4,000 of our boats can operate in the deep sea, fishing and they have the capability of staying more than 1 month out at sea. They go everywhere. My island nation friends will say how many boats that they have been captured if they are illegally doing illegal fishing. Despite the Sri Lankan Navy presence and apprehension of very large quantities of drugs, mainly heroin, is continuing the island nation getting drugs through sea routes, which is now identified as the southern route. Most of apprehension by the Sri Lanka ocean-going modern hull dhows loaded with drugs from the Makran coast, which were smuggled from the heroin factories in Afghanistan. These dhows sail southerly from Makran coast, as indicated on the slide, pass south of Maldives territorial waters, go south, reach the equator, and remain drifting in the high seas. The smugglers are smart enough to always stay in the international waters, and if any warship or a coast guard ship approach them, they will just dump their heroin packages into the sea. It is extremely difficult task for the ship's captain to approach the dhow in the darkness and send their vessel boarding and search and seizure teams, VBSS teams, to board the dhow at darkness. On the northern route, that is, which is going towards Africa, Combined Task Force CTF 150 in anti-piracy operation in headquarters in Bahrain has confirmed more than 22,000 tons of illegal narcotics being apprehended. Much of it destined to fund the terrorism and is seized in the northern Indian Ocean, but the narcotic destroyed just by throwing overboard and also allowed to return to home port. As there have been international waters and this country doesn't want to take these people back to their home country for execution for the legal purposes. Heroin trade born in poppy field of Afghanistan is major source of revenue to extreme groups. With the Taliban taking over Afghanistan and becoming the ruler, we cannot expect anything good in drug trafficking and drug smuggling. The point is here sir, that the same money to the same group can be used even to smuggle arms and ammunition. We have seen that when we were fighting with LTT terrorists near the road. There is another thing that Sri Lanka is worried. In Sri Lanka, as per the estimate by the Dangerous Drug Prevention Authority, they say that a strong heroin addict takes 4 milligrams of heroin per day. 4 to 8 milligrams of heroin per day is the consumption of a strong heroin addict. Sri Lanka has approximately 40,000 heroin addicts. Due to our close family system, if a child is addicted to heroin, he or she will be reported to the authorities for possible rehabilitation. So the 40,000 figure is fairly accurate. So we know the Sri Lanka's yearly consumption of heroin, that is 8 milligrams into 40,000 into 365 days, and milligrams into grams, grams into kilograms. That is 16.8 kilograms, that's approximately. And again, gentlemen, you know, as the naval officers and Coast Guard officers, as per the thumb rule, in the law enforcement agencies, we only catch only 10% of passing drugs and contraband between the borders. What is surprising is that very large quantities on this southern route are caught by Sri Lanka Navy and few times by the Sri Lanka Indian Coast Guard and the Indian Navy. Total of 1,017 kilograms of heroin, 126 kilograms of ice, and 88 kilograms of hashish caught by Sri Lanka Navy in this year alone. The credit should go to my Chief of the Navy, keeping our offshore petrol vessels, thanks to India. We got it from Goa shipyard as fully operational out at sea. Now, if we put the thumb rule, that means 1,170 kgs of heroin, 1,160 kgs of ice, and 880 kgs of hashish may send to Sri Lanka. We may have caught only 10% of it. You see, this figure is far more than the Sri Lankan consumption. Sri Lankan consumption is 116.8 kilograms. Where these drugs finally destination? But surprisingly, we have not caught any sizable amount of drugs leaving our shores in the third country. These are the routes. This is the route that I said, southern and northern route. So we have to work together to find the answer for this question. In the meantime, we have one step forward to be working with the drug smugglers. They have money, power, and latest technology. Therefore, nations working together will share their knowledge, expertise, and training is paramount important. The United Nations Office for Drugs and Crime, UNODC, and Sri Lanka Navy jointly conduct periodic training for VPSS, evidence collection, and identification of new type of synthetic drugs. Please dare to wake up people who are sleeping. especially the small nations in the Indian Ocean who have only the Coast Guard, required to improve their VBSS capabilities. The Coast Guard and Marine Police personnel of Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Bangladesh, Seychelles, Madagascar, and Comoros were training with our elite Navy Special Force Squadron under watchful and highly trained these SPS instructors on VBSs. And similarly, the Sri Lanka Navy ship box training facility also developed with real feeling of climbing the ship out at sea for these foreign trainings. When talk about enhancing the existing maritime competencies, relationship between Sri Lanka Navy and Indian Navy and also Sri Lanka Coast Guard and Indian Coast Guard are unique. All our officers do their subject courses, specialization, task force, and ultimately the NDC in the Indian Naval Institution. The relationship kept our Navy highly professional. If we have done well in eradicating terrorism in Sri Lanka, it is due to the sound knowledge that we receive from India. We have always acknowledged that. On 9th July 2014, National India Defence Secretary of Sri Lanka and Defence Minister of Maldives signed a trilateral cooperation agreement in New Delhi, which greatly helped the Sri Lanka and Maldives to enhance their competencies out at sea, especially those three also conducted, and today all three countries' oil spill response equipment are competitive. We can use each other's equipment together because we buy the things from one place. India taking lead, we saw results of these exercises when super tanker, motor tanker New Diamond carrying 270,000 tons of crude oil on voyage from Kuwait to Vizag was caught fire in southeastern Sri Lanka. The action by the Indian Coast Guard and Indian Navy, with the support of Sri Lanka Navy and International Salvage Company, was able to douse the fire and tow the ship to safety, avoiding oil spill. Now the exercise those cats carried out based in the roadmap to enhance cooperation. Further work is being carried out on tabletop exercises, including legal and policy issues related to piracy. Even though agreement was first signed in 2014, it was in cold storage for 6 years due to various reasons. But happy that this maritime security dialogue revived with the meeting with the top leadership of three countries security in Colombo, where that now the intention is inviting both Mauritius, Seychelles and all other island nations to join it. And that's a welcome signal. Similarly, Sri Lanka will be supported by India to develop our AIS system. And currently the Information Fusion Center in Indian Ocean region, Gurugram, uses the white shipping information collected by the Coastal Surveillance Radar System and AIS and share with other two countries. It is happy to see that India has signed for sharing white shipping information with 26 more countries. These facilities in sharing information will help all three countries, India, Maldives and Sri Lanka, to overcome the security challenges out at sea, including acts of terrorism, piracy, drug trafficking, weapon and human trafficking, IU fishing, and maritime pollution. Therefore, very important for India to work with other smaller island nations in the Indian Ocean to improve and enhance our security and maritime competencies in the collective capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, I am failing in my duty if I do not recollect this August gathering. Operation Rainbow, the Indian Navy and Coast Guard action provided immediate humanitarian assistance to those affected by the tsunami waves hit our shores in Boxing Day on 26 December 2004, lasting over more than 2.5 months. They remain, and relief operation was undertaken, and it remained as the largest relief operation undertaken by India outside the country. The architect and the executor of this operation was then Indian Navy Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Arun Prakash, PVSM, AVSM, Veera Chakra, and VSM. He is in this hall. I salute you, sir, for saving my country's innocent people's lives during that critical hour. It reminds me, but my late Foreign Minister, Lakshman Kajiragam, told about the Indian support during this critical hour. He said, friend in need, a friend indeed. I wish Goa Maritime Conclave all the best. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The speakers, there are some specific recommendations also that have been made to enhance training, enhance cooperation between the countries represented here and and one that can be scaled up on a larger campus as well. So with that, the house is open for questions.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Commander Parthasarathi from the Director of Foreign Cooperation, Naval Headquarters. I have an observation and I would request the panel if they could throw their views on the point. So today we are discussing a very relevant point, and as the moderator of this session has brought out, this has been haunting us for many years in the past, but the solutions are not very outright. Invariably, the militaries are required to safeguard national interests, and one of the foremost interests are economic. So I leave it to the thought that are we today trying to find a military solution to an otherwise economic problem? For instance, narcotics, it's primarily an industry. Illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing is again an industry. Human trafficking in the industry. So militaries will have to work supported by their governments. Policies will have to be made as the previous analyst did bring out. So I just want to draw to your attention and would like to seek comment from the panel as to do the militaries have within them a means to provide a solution to otherwise an economic problem. Thank you, sir.
I would respond to that, and will request the others also to step in. Militaries have always done constabulary functions, whether they are armies or they are navies. So what we do is nothing new. We've done it for centuries. And while many problems may originate on land, their symptoms, the means, the instruments are at sea. So we'll have to continue, trying to also enforce. The police do not prevent crime. Criminals create crimes, but the police are required to enforce the law to prevent incidents of crime, but they cannot stamp it out unless unless people decide to, everybody decides to be an honest, good person. That's not possible. So likewise, just give that simple analogy, at sea we will have to continue doing all this. The other aspect that I would like to suggest here is that conflicts, we use again the wrong term, traditional conflicts, have actually by definition also been transnational. At least two nations go to war, if not more. So most of our threats are transnational, including low intensity, constabulary, humanitarian assistance, concerns for that, and of course, high-end conflict. And we need to train for everything. I mean, the
good part about all services represented here is that we constantly train for a whole lot of situations. How much weightage, how much time you give, or with what efficiency you do it, with what imagination you do it, changes from time to time, from, the context of a problem. It is the principles that are there, and therefore I think enforcement at sea will be something that navies and coast guards will continue to do, and we need to get better at it.
Okay, I think Srikandi has explained it pretty well. I think what you're referring to is addressing the root cause and not just the problem alone, correct? Actually. But the fact is that, like he rightly brought out, there are thieves because the living standards are poor, education is poor, and so on. So the government should address all this. Then there will be no requirement of the police. But the fact is that as long as there are thieves, police will have to be there. So similarly, any threat to our core or anybody's core national interest, and if economy is going to be hit, there's no point you saying that the drugs or gun running can happen through the seas. But why should the Navy be there? Because it's affecting the economy of the country and not naval problem. Is maybe a wrong view to take. So I think we should continue to address any threat that emanates from the sea and affects people on land.
Yeah, let me also, again, you all very carefully listen to and Arun Pratap this morning. He said, first the trade, the piracy, then the navies. Fight with the pirates, we made the navy. That was our origin. I remember, but one of the articles in, that the dispatch journal that you said, there's something, one of the articles is economic, the most important. You do everything for the economy. So, now, our country, we face that. Now, economy is doing well. As a CDS, I say I want $100 million by a new OPV. That treasury says, okay. If the economy is not doing well, they say, no, I can't give money. We are having a problem. So, we have a very big role. You can't just say it's the Coast Guard job after that time. Otherwise, one day that somebody will ask, we all are democratic countries, somebody will get up in the parliament and ask, why you are wasting money? We have to show that we can be changed from one role to other very frequently. When Sri Lanka's experience, if I say, when we finished our war, everybody said there are no more war for our special forces. Then we immediately turned them into disaster relief and other operation capability. Now that we are stronger and stronger in special forces because disasters are hitting us every other month. Like that, we have to see how that you can go ahead. Don't say this is not my job. Any other question?
Thank you, sir. Captain Salim from Traditional. My question for the speaker one, you mentioned all about the international threat, but it focuses until the need for and training and the way ahead. I didn't mention your explanation regarding the technology, but you mentioned only a little in UN Odyssey structure. So my question is, what is, in your opinion, the impact of the technology, especially for 4.0 era, in terms of maritime domain awareness and maritime security regime? Thank you very much.
What is the impact of technology on?
Because how do we can control our surveillance if we have something less equipment for the maritime domain?
No, I think there has been a huge impact of technology on the maritime domain awareness. Today, if you have a good and reasonably good
and comprehensive maritime domain awareness. It is because of satellite-based AIS pickups of the contacts. You've got radar stations that pick up at great ranges. You've got your own assets doing deployments here and there, through information exchanges with friendly countries. With I think with most of you, we have information exchanges of white shipping. So at least what it does is for us to get a platform from which dark ships can be established. When you know the good guys, it is easy to at least detect that you kind of strike off the good guys, the bad guys will emerge on their own. So your task of checking out at sea as to who the bad guys are is that much more simplified. So I think technology has done a fabulous job. Today we are where we are because of the technology.
And if I take, if we talk about the maritime domain awareness, talk only of the air and surface. Anybody thought, what about the subsurface? How many of submarines we can detect who are coming into our area? The areas they enter, Indian Ocean has been marked. Are we having a count on my earnest testing that don't go by the number of surface ships, but you see on surface. Some move under water that cannot detect.
There are no further questions. I think we will adjourn now and hand over the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Srikande sir, for your thought-provoking views and for moderating the session. I also thank the distinguished admirals who were at the helm of affairs till very recently for their insightful views and proposals on regional cooperation and collaboration. May I now request Vice Admiral FOCinC, Deputy Chief of the Naval Staff, to please come on stage and thank the participants in the traditional manner with college inventors. Vice Admiral G.S. Kumar. Admiral Vijay Gunaratne. Rear Admiral S.Y. Srikande. Thank you, sir. I request the panelists to take this. May I now request Rear Admiral Sai Venkatraman, Monarch Naval War College, Goa, to deliver the vote of thanks. On behalf of the Chief of Naval Staff, it's my distinct pleasure and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for Goa Maritime Conclave 21. The conclave sessions have been informative, incisive, and have thrown up a number of thought-provoking ideas for all of us to deliberate upon. These discussions have also provided an ideal platform for the navies of the Indian Ocean region to meet and ideate on issues related to the conclave theme of maritime security and emerging non-traditional threats, a case of
for proactive roles for IOR navies. The key phrases that resonated throughout the discussions were consensus building, cooperation and collaboration, sharing of capacities and capabilities, developing competencies and comprehensive responses. These are particularly relevant if we have to find a pan-IOR response to non-traditional challenges which were always transnational and international character. And as we draw the curtain on today's proceedings, I wish to thank Shri FOCinC South, the Foreign Secretary of India, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Defense Secretary, for having consented to deliver and the keynote addresses. I would also like to thank the Chiefs of Navies and Maritime Forces and all our esteemed delegates from our friendly foreign countries. I wish to thank His Excellency the Ambassador of Myanmar to India for participating in this conclave. I would like to extend my gratitude to our distinguished speakers, former Master Tariq Karim from Bangladesh, Professor Paul Musli Wambua from Kenya, Admiral Ravindra Vijayagunratne from Sri Lanka, Professor James Kraska, who joined us online from the US Naval War College, Newport, Admiral Ashok Kumar, a former Vice Chief of Naval Staff, and Commodore Uday Bhaskar. I must also thank our eminent moderators, the former Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Prakash, Professor Manimuthu Gandhi from VIT School of Law, and Real Professor Sri Khande, our own adjunct faculty at the college, for the excellent stewardship of the sessions. I also present record with sincere thanks to the representatives of the Guarded Shipbuilders and Engineers, Goa Shipyard Limited, Larsen and Toubro, Mazen Rock Shipbuilders Limited, and Chocolate Global from Goa for participating in the sessions. I also thank members of print and electronic media for attendance. I would like to place on record the guidance and support we received from our naval headquarters in Delhi, the headquarters of the Naval Command at Kochi, the support of headquarters Goa Naval Area for the smooth conduct of this conclave. And last but not the least, I wish to thank all my officers and members of Station Mandavi who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event successful. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Navy, I thank you all for joining us today and wish you all the very best. Jai Hind and Shara Varun.
That, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the conclusion of the first day's proceedings. I am sure all of us have noted key suggestions and inputs received during the day's proceedings. It is clear that the challenges ahead are beyond the scope of one nation to tackle. We hope that the deliberations today have helped develop a collective understanding of the issues at hand and fostered a sense of common destiny. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All are now requested to proceed for lunch laid out at the banquet lawns, Cidade-de-Goa. Have a good day. Thank you.